And we are live.
All right, salam alaikum with magic and salutations to all. I am Njeri Bautu Ray, your host, this one-day special presentation continuation for the reading of the Imperial and Imperial-Executive Missions for His-Imperial-Majesty, which begin 22 June 2024. Our moderator is Nanya Hare, and we begin with the reading of our pledge. Begin all acts, breathing and thinking, by saying Kalum/all, by way of the infinity flame of the dwellers enthroned in the flower of fire, by way of a universal traveler, dweller-emperor, :space, Samhu of mini-ray, quote, Eloyi, end quote. Zin Uru, :space, smiley face. The pledge of the Imperial and Imperial Royal flags for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, we'll call it. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal flags, I vow loyalty and obedience as I watch them fly. To the imperial laws of our Imperial and Imperial Constitution that governs our Imperial and Imperial Royal Empire, to this cause, I hold my head up high. With honor, I pledge to protect and defend all within the Imperial and Imperial Royal Kingdom, both family and friend, ! To ensure that all have their equal rights, to this cause, I will lay down my very life. As I stand beneath our sacred Imperial and Imperial Royal and national flags, I vow loyalty, sincerity, and integrity with zeal. As I will, so mote it be. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Chant the enchantment, and it is done. Ashe, so be it. So it is. It definitely shall be. Quote, Zin Uru, and power we shall have. End quote. Thank you. Eesh. Smiley face. Know thyself, _ smiley face. On behalf of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, quote, the oldest independent, autonomous autochthon empire kingdom on earth, end quote. We welcome and thank you all for joining us in our live full moon continue reading series. Tonight, we will continue with the reading of the Imperial and Imperial-Executive Missions of the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR with special presentation of the 19th year anniversary for the Re-Commissioned More 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Great Flag. Also, we celebrate the 79th Earth Day celebration for Chief, :space, Black Eagle, quote, Thunderbird, end quote. And finally, we will celebrate the 2nd year anniversary for the number 135 appearing in the clouds. It promises to be an informative night. During our readings, there will be brief pauses between slides to allow questions and answers. Therefore, the following house rules shall be implemented. First, we ask that you speak clearly and respectfully when addressing His-Imperial-Majesty. Second, we ask that you keep your mics muted, videos off, and keep your accolades, comments, concerns, or questions reserved until such time. For those logged into Zoom, prior to speaking, we ask that you use the raise hand feature and wait for the host or moderator to call your appellation, your name. Next, please limit your questions to a maximum of 2 and focused on the subject at hand. And finally, please state your appellation, name, clearly before asking your question. Thank you for your anticipated cooperation and participation. Imperial IIEHU University, Imperial IIEHU University in Yamashik language. Continuation of the Strawberry/Fennel 26 June celebration IIEHU broadcast. 1700 (5 p.m.) 26 June 2024. First year dash third month, in parentheses, month, for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. The sovereign Imperial Royal Empire presents the incarnation of Samfu, a mini-ray, on Ta-Mother Earth as his-Imperial-Majesty, full colon, in parentheses, all cap, H.E.M. full colon, who decrees and grants limited delegated authority to all nominationals, non-executive directors, in parentheses, NED, all cap, and non-directors, in parentheses, NDs, all cap, who are skilled and qualified to operate a sovereign republic state jurisdiction. The purpose is to implement and advance the modalities of sovereign governance, commerce, and cultural variegations for the properly formed and operational sovereign republic state, pursuant to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, all cap. Today, we showcase our nominational culture, continuing in harmony with the Nama Sea Compass and the strawberry fennel strawberry/fennel full moon continuation. Sit back, absorb, and enjoy the ride. Yeesh! Exclamation point 3 times. And now, I have the honor, the privilege, and the pleasure to present to you a universal traveler, dweller-emperor, quote in space, Samhu, a mini-ray, quote, a Dalo Yi, end quote. Salam alaikum, ma'at emperor. How you be today? All right.
I be fine, brother.
All right.
You know, I got caught at the park today. So, and so I'm headed in. So, I give you a little glimpse. Well, we've been in the water, boy.
Okay.
Been in the water, boy. Celebration.
Right.
I mean, perfect celebration too, son. I mean, I'm telling y'all, perfect. Just perfect. And I just lost track of time. So I was in the water for so long, you feel me? So,
right.
135 days, you had 135 period of sky a year ago. I'm in the water this year, you feel me? you had a 48-star flag get recommissioned. I'm in the water this year. You got my brother having his 79th year, and I'm in the water this year. You feel me? So you got 3 and 1. So we won did a 3 and 1. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm just like a kid, man.
Yeah.
So I'm just wet and having fun. And forgot time, that's all. We be there. I'm cool if you need me. we just lost track of time, that's all.
Well, that's okay.
I'll tell you more about it offline, though.
All right.
All right, cool. Peace.
Attitude for that. Oh, yeah. For those who know. All right. So what we're going to do, we want to read through this bio. Okay. All right. Get this screen straight. All right.
Pull up the bio for you.
Or I got it's small there, and I pulled it up. I have it right now.
Gratitude.
Yeah. All right. As we always do, we start with our banner from the top to the right, describing our first flag is the absolute royal sovereign emperor's imperial and imperial royal flag, full colon. It's that red one. And next to that is the imperial royal office for his-imperial majesty for the imperial CMYE-IRK Republic Great Flag. And next to that is the one in the object of our celebration for tonight is the Moore 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Great Flag. There ought to be some good questions there. And then next to that is the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s, national, small n, flag. Full code. All right. As we the Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunderfire and _ the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Samhu Ray herewith _ ordained by decree and declared active and in quote force _ the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, effective date 22 January 2024 / notice of accession for the IRO, HEM, and ECMYE-IRKR / IMYRS file numbers, / all cap NOARAD / 2024 00000000001. All cap NOAVCLT -000000002. NOACRTAP -000000003. NOAC -000000004. Quote, retroactive to Imperial and Imperial Executive Missions, effective date 3 December 2023 to 31 August 2023 / notice of appointment, in parentheses, amendment, _ and Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. Effective date 28 June 2023 to effective date 8 January 2023, in parentheses, Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree. 2, effective date 21 June 2022, in parentheses, Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the world. 2, effective date 18 March 2022, in parentheses, Imperial Motu Proprio / Official Royal Decree Public Notice to the world. End quote. In harmony with the be it decree equity contracts _ full code. Empress Directive -0004 capital Z lowercase a / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRK, all cap, via Empress Directive -0004 capital Z, effective date 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013 / Imperial Constitution of the Continental Yamashi Empire, in parentheses, ICCMYE, all cap, full colon 2, full colon space 2, Empress Directive -0003 capital Z, colon space, notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille and official act of state, effective date 9 April 2009. 2, Empress Directive -0001, in parentheses, CMYE, all cap, USA, small u, / USA, all cap, colon space, effective date 18 July 2007. 2, effective date 4 March 2004 / claim of the life, in parentheses, CL, all cap. 2, effective date 11 February 2004 / United States of America State Department, in parentheses, minor, apostille verification numbers, colon space, 040-10010 and _ 040-10010-1, colon space, to the aegis _ of the Treaty of Berne and _ Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, effective date 30 September 2003. Quote, retroactive to 9 October 1874, end quote. Colon space, to effective date 20 June 2003 / the state of Georgia, in parentheses, major, apostille verification number, colon space, 5604, capital B, USA, all cap, colon space, to effective date 13 June 2003, in parentheses, Yamashi nationality, YM, all cap, colon space, to effective date 9 May 2003, in parentheses, Washita nationality, WM, all cap, colon space, pursuant to underscore, quote, sovereign state, end quote. The Yamasee Native American government via underscore Mount, quote, Arafat Embassy, UN, all cap, colon space, 208-1992. USA, small u, / USA, all cap. Effective date, 19 June 2003, colon space, in harmony with underscore the quote sovereign state, end quote, United Washita de Dugdamania UN all cap, colon space, 215-1993. USA, small u / USA all cap. Effective date, 20 March 2003, colon space, 2, effective date, 28 January 1837, / Treaty of September 16, 1836, colon space. Pursuant to underscore the Constitution for underscore the United small u States of America, USA small u. Effective date 17 September 1787, colon space, to Treaty of Peace and Friendship. Effective date 18 July 1787. Quote, retroactive to 23 June 1786, end quote. Colon space, two treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, colon space, to the beginning of recorded history / our story as recorded in the stones at Washington, Washington, just off the Yucatan Peninsula and underscore into the future in perpetuity ad infinitum, semicolon, joint - joint. Yeesh, full colon, smiley face. Nunc pro tunc in Yamasic language and hieroglyphs, nunc pro tunc. Imperial Royal Office for His - Imperial - Majesty presents underscore His - Imperial and Imperial - Majesty, colon space, Emperor, colon space, Samhu Amini - Ray, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, semicolon. Khufu - Renew - Zadok, Samson - L, Protector, semicolon. 8th Marquis de Maison Rouge, full colon. Thunder - Fire / King Louis XX. Sovereign Crown, all cap, Prince, full colon, space, Darius Zodok, quote, divine royal blood in Yamasic language, end quote. Hereafter, underscore, H.E.M. all cap, colon, Emperor, colon space, Samhu Amini - Ray, quote, Adelogi, end quote. Smiley face. Ipso jure, ipso facto, interregnum, de jure allodium, jus soli, jus and ius - hereditatis, jus and ius - gladi, jus and ius - honorum, jus and ius - imperi, jus and ius - majestatis. In solo proprio for the underscore country of United Space - States, small s, / Imperial Morse Al Moroccan, in parentheses, a Maxim Empire, via His Imperial Majesty's Royal Post. Pursuant to underscore the Continental Moorish Yamasee Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom. Henceforth underscore the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United Space - States, small s, semicolon. Head of state and missions for the Imperial Royal Office for His - Imperial - Majesty, exercising plenary civil power upon the land, USA, small u. Per underscore the organic American states of the Union, known underscore as the United States of America, in parentheses, major, USA, small u. Including - small s supreme authority, imperial and imperial territorial sovereignty, dominion, imperial and imperial land rights, imperial treaty rights, imperial and imperial - constitutional rights, autonomy rights, imperial equity and heritage rights, allodium estate rights, imperial white privileges, venue, amity, commerce, navigation, imperial small t / capital T treaty rights, full faith and sovereign gold - credit, Westphalian sovereignty, foreign sovereign immunities, jurisdictional immunities of the state, diplomatic immunities, and all constructive agreements of intent in matters relating to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United Space - States, small s, internal, local, and international affairs for the underscore Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown executive powers via underscore the Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty underscore. Effective date 14 February 2024. In parentheses, notice of accession for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR / IMYRS, all cap. File numbers, :, all cap NOARAD / 2024-00000001, semicolon, space, NOAVCLT, all cap, -00000002, semicolon, space, NOACRTAP, -00000003, semicolon, space, NOAC, -00000004. 2. Imperial and Imperial executive missions, effective date 3 December 2023. 2. Notification of appointment in parentheses amendment, effective date 31 August 2023. Quote, retroactive to Imperial and Imperial Royal Diplomatic Decree, effective date 8 January 2023. 2. Effective date 21 June 2022. In parentheses, Royal Public Notice and Royal Press Release to the world. To effective date 18 March 2022, in parentheses, Imperial motu proprio / official royal decree public notice to the world. End quote. Pursuant to underscore the be it decreed equity contracts underscore full colon space Empress Directive -0004 capital Z lowercase a / ECIRK all cap full colon space via Empress Directive -0004 capital Z, effective dates for April 2014 per 3 April 2013 / ICCMYE, all cap, full colon. 2. Empress Directive -0003 capital Z / notification of diplomatic arrival, notice of apostille, and official act of state. Effective date 9 April 2009, colon space 2 Empress Directive -0001 capital Z / CMYE, all cap. Effective date 18 July 2007. Smiley face, full colon. 2. Effective date 4 March 2004 / CL, all cap. Colon space 2. Effective date 11 February 2004. United States of America State Department, colon space 2. Effective date 20 June 2003 - the state of Georgia, USA, all cap. Colon space 2. Effective date 13 June 2003. In parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR nationality. Colon space 2. Effective date 9 May 2003. In parentheses, Washita IIEHU nationality. Colon space 2. Effective date 28 January 1837 / Treaty of September 16, 1836. In harmony with underscore, quote, the Constitution of the Moorish Grand Vizier Chair for the ancient Empire Al-Morocco. Effective dates 4 March 1789. Oh, hold on, let me go back. I need to start, I missed a line. I need to start in harmony with, quote, the Constitution for underscore the United small u States of America, USA, small u, effective date 17 September 1787, per the trusteeship office of the Moorish Grand Vizier Chair for the ancient Empire Al-Morocco. Knew I was missing something. Effective date 4 March 1789, USA, all cap, and underscore 18 July 1787, USA, small u. Pursuant to underscore treaty / ancient empire of Mexico, in parentheses, Al-Morocco. Effective date 23 June 1786, colon space 2 Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, full colon space 2 effective year 789 / Moor-Mur, colon, end quote. 2. The beginning of recorded history / our story as recorded in the stones at Washington, just off the Yucatan Peninsula, and underscore into the future in perpetuity ad infinitum, semicolon, joy, ease, full colon. bio for his-imperial and imperial-majesty, full colon space, emperor, colon space, Samhu, a mini-ray, quote, a Delo Yi, end quote, dated 6 March 2024 at 08:23. Impressive. And that's just a kind of thought. No one has ever produced a bio, right? So you know who's real here, huh?
That's right. That's right.
Unchallenged at that is the thing that I like about this. No one could even question or challenge. So you got to know it's real for those who know. All right, so here we have, do we have any questions coming from some of our NAMA pertaining to this bio? I know a lot of us know a little about the emperor, but just something that jump out to you here after reading this again?
And again, and
Yes,
again, and again, and again, and again. Did something come out to you yet?
yes, it's like this is real. It's like this bio stuff. Wow, I've never seen no one do a bio. So, and then you come out with a bio and notice of accession. Got to
Well,
be the most.
that's showing you. Well, that's what you. If you're gonna be a leader, well, you gotta lead the way. So you got all these leaders, but where they taking you? They ain't got nowhere to go. They ain't got nowhere. Where they lead you to?
Right,
They ain't got no venue. They ain't got nothing. So everybody out there want to have models, leaders, church, whatever. You came along and did it your way. Created your own venue, something that ain't been created before, ain't even thought about before, because it had to happen at the time that it happened. Same thing like I'm telling you about the water today. It's just in your bloodline. It moves with me and my energy. You feel me? So, and you just see throughout your journey how you had to do things, recreate things, restyle things to make it fit your way of life where you're going. And everywhere along the path, you passed the test. Court cases, whatever. You did it different than everybody. And you use your full faith and credit. And you prove your status in open court. Well, that was one of the requirements, unbeknown to you, me, and everybody else, that you had to prove that apostille through the court system. So you know you get one when it's challenged in court, you got to be able to prove who your status is. So you see me, I've been on the State Department since 2003. As having your own damn state or a diplomat of his own foreign state. You feel me? Yes. So that's what you're looking at when you read this bio here. And also contesting to let people who out there on the market claim to be a leader or whatever, tell them prove their bio, where they come from. Where they have, power should be granted to those who deserve it. Okay, so and have maintained it, but say you got authority and you can't prove where your venue is, well, you don't have no power. You don't have no authority. To say your authority, you can't get outside the Social Security system, administration system, that's not no authority. To say you got a venue and you can't get out of 501c3 or the Religious Act of 1928, you ain't got no authority. Feel me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeesh.
So you're talking. So you're in a new day and time. You get ready to have a third world war. And that's all about you coming out behind the scene, whether they want to believe it or not, makes me no difference. Because you got to come to your seat. It ain't never say it's going to be easy you come to your seat. You feel me?
Right.
You came along and did things anybody never did. So,
Oh, yeah. Powerful. The realest. I agree. All right. I know that Emperor probably had to respond to somebody. Any questions for the Emperor on this? All right, we do have a hand raised, Emperor. Nasaru Kojo, could you state your appellation, please? And before you ask your question, you have the floor.
Salam alaikum, my show of protector. I would like to ask, could you please explain the relevance of the two houses, the Imperial House of Tunica, Thunderfire, and the Imperial House of Samson L. And to this order, please.
The Emperor is still online.
Yeah, he's still on, but he may be preoccupied for a moment. Remember,
Might be muted. Okay, if you'd like me to repeat the question.
Yes, you can repeat the question. He probably heard you, but he's probably preoccupied.
Okay, salam alaikum, Masha Wolf Protector. How are you doing today?
Yeah, he's preoccupied right now. So now you're saying the Imperial House of Tunica Thunderfire, and
Yes.
what? And then you say,
my bad. Salam alaikum, Magic. What you
okay,
saying now?
Magic.
I'm doing good, bro.
That's
How you
great.
been?
I'm doing fine, better and better. The question I'd like to ask is, could you please explain the relevance to me and the YouTube listeners, the relevance and importance of the two houses at the beginning of this bio, the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L.
Okay. Well, you got to go to the E first. Go to E before the I. All right. So when you go to the E goes to the.
I'm not sure if you're still speaking, Protector, but I can't hear you. I don't know if you're muted or the signal is poor.
All right. So the E go to the Washington. So that's been around since 1700s, but it was taken off the market by the French regime and the Spaniard regime. Okay, regime who overpower your land and became protectorates over the imperial land rights and sovereignty of the Amuru, Washita, Murs, the Dagdamaya, the oldest people on the planet. Don't believe me? Go check it out. You ain't got it all documented, okay?
Yes.
All right. So when you came back and inherit that whole cachet, well, that's the Demonson, that's the DeBourbon estate that goes all the way down through Louisiana, City of Monroe, Louisiana, all that. That goes all the way down through Louis the 17th, who married the Empress Saint Saïd Maria, who they took out of the Wikipedia. You can't even find her.
Yeah.
And then said he died at 17 because that was all a part of that stealing the land, your land, so that they can conquer it. And so the E would never so be seen again. So because they said protectorates. Well, you came back and you got it as the protector. So you came as a protector over that land, which they never said would come back, but you did it. So now that you're the protector, well, they got to come back and give everything back to you. That's Haiti. Dominican Republic, Cuba, every damn thing, because that was all Washington land before the 1713 treaties of Utrecht. You feel
Yeah.
me? So I said treaties, not one treaty. You feel me? So that's where you got secret treaties in there. Some of them secret treaties got Louis XVI head cut off. So he was absolute. When they took him out absolute, got his damn head cut off. You feel me? Him and Anthony Maria. So when you see me send my stuff out to Trumpy boy, when he won the presidency, right after that, you see him do what? He could have had that ball in Mar-a-Lago represent what? Saint Anna Maria. You feel me?
Oh, yes.
They were wearing the dresses like in the old days and all that. Y'all didn't see all that? That let me know you heard what I was saying.
Yeah. So does that fall under the Maison Rouge?
Huh?
Does that fall under the Maison Rouge?
That is the Maison Rouge.
That is the Maison Rouge. Okay. Yes.
That goes with, see, they it's over in America. You feel me? It's not over in France. That's why France don't have no monarchy no more. They got a president, but they ain't got no monarchy.
Oh.
That's now. That's why I'm Louis the 20th.
Yes.
So not just the emperor, I'm Louis the 22. You feel me?
Yes,
So you got two titles of nobility. That's just dealing with the E. So by me inheriting, you see Tunica, that's already a royal house. Okay? Whether you like it or not, you feel me? So you see Tunica is a royal house, right? And then you see when the empress came and got a land back, got the title to the lands and everything and the treaties and everything. The only thing she was missing was full faith and credit. Crown Prince Ramsey told me the whole story.
Oh.
So that's all she was missing. So that's why he was so instrumental in us doing it. Because he knew that's what the Spaniards said, that they couldn't get them full faith and credit. So by her going down in the archives of the White House and getting certain documents that she requested and Reagan let her do it, she was able to claim land back. Got 68,000 acres back. And she got a land grant with that. Okay? That land grant was for the land. But you got African Americans, I won't call them that today, okay? Be nice. It's 26 days, don't call them that today. But you got them African Americans who started putting plates and everything on their cars and everything in 1999 and all that. That's when the Washington got a land back.
Makes sense, yeah.
They just didn't have no government. They got no land back, they didn't have no government, you see?
So they couldn't authorize the
huh?
So they couldn't authorize their position when you say they.
Well, no, well, you got to look at it like this. The Empress still has sovereignty.
Yes.
The Empress still has sovereignty. You feel me? Because she was an heir to the Demazon rule.
Yes.
But you got to remember, when they cut Louis the 17th off, he lost his royalty. He lost his authority.
Oh.
They ain't that authority back or that nobility back when he married Saint Maria, your Empress. But they still didn't have full faith and credit until Crown Prince Ramses Bey created the state, United Washington de Deltamania, and then we created this, we with IIEHU Embassy then we created the Native American government via IIEHU Embassy, what we celebrate here today, with Chief Black Eagle as the chief. That's when we create the state of the Embassy. The Washington had a state. Well, he had an organization, but he didn't have full faith and credit. But he had that authority from the indigenous Washington nation. You know, he was setting up that because the emperor was in a coma and he was the crown prince. So all the separation that was going on, he wanted to unite all the tribes, the Washingtons and everything to come together.
Yes.
You see, so that's what he did with the authority he had. So you got people out there on the market who don't want to believe or accept that authority. Okay? Because they want certain people to rule or this and that. Well, that authority that Crown Prince Rand's Bay is right in his act, because from his nationality that he nationalized me double chief, okay, I used that authority to create the CMYE country in 2007, 18 July,
Yes.
which will be talked about next month. You feel me? So we already had a state, Yamasee Native American government, remember?
Yes.
We already had a state. We just did it. So how was I able to come in and create a country? Because that full faith and credit we had, or that double chief, my nationality as Maiku chief of the United Washington Delta. See, so he died the next year. Peace be upon him, but I done raised him.
Yes.
But when he died this year, everything came under me. But see, I was out of sight, out of mind. So you had all them fools out there claiming all this. Now I sat back and watched them, because you can't fight two battles at one time. And at that time, during that time, I was fighting the post office, state of Georgia, and officer inspector general. So you didn't hear about me. You didn't see me at the UN and all that shit, because you can't kill too many stones at one time. So, but you was moving behind the scene, because look at the moves you made. Create your own damn country.
Yes.
So I named the Imperial CMYE government with the Constitution, but if Chief Black Eagle would have came out and got his 10 years with the Yamasee Native American government, via IIEHU embassy, we would have negotiated to subside it, to what it's supposed to be. But since he didn't come out and systematize the government, well, then the Pope came out and wrote the civil orders to Obama and every other president after him, and the motu proprio.
Oh, the motu proprio.
To all
Okay.
the Creole that's under his authority.
Uh-huh.
He came out and told me what? You got to have a republic. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that, and you got the guard as your liaison for the military. You feel me? So you got all that. That makes sense to you.
Yes, it does.
So that's where the E come from. Then you got the I that goes to Al-Marak. And so you got a lot of cats out there claiming they want to be a part of this empire and all that paperwork they circulating out there. Okay? But they don't have no status. Listen, man, I've been around for a while. So they've been pushing that same paperwork since the 2000, all the way back to the 90s, really in the 80s. And now they ain't got no being yet. Okay? So how long you got? So you picked up 10, 15,000, maybe 20,000 followers all them years, and you ain't got no damn VIN yet. You feel me?
Yeah. They can't verify their claims.
Huh?
They can't verify their claims.
They never, in 20-some years, they've been out 40 years. Yeah, 82, 92, 02, 12, that's 30 years. 2022, that's 40 years.
That's right, yeah. Wow.
That's 40 damn years. Ain't shown no status. They done created everything under the sun. And they ain't got no venue, do nothing. To this day, you got them popping up now. You got one popped up this year. 10 years late, you feel me? You know what I'm saying?
They're running behind.
Cause you can tell they've been listening to our calls and reading our stuff, cause they gonna come out talking they dropped the preamble and the Constitution, all that bullshit, right? You like, so why you telling everybody then? You feel me? Cause that shit got us through the year. Y'all know that. You feel me? So why you out there telling everybody? You talk too damn much. Loose lips sink ships, right?
Yes, loose lips sink ships. That's right.
So they already sunk anyway, cause ain't nobody going authority, cause they ain't got no. That seat is already gone. I can't even got. Why I say they're 10 years late. Yeah. I can't even got that seat in 13. You feel me?
Yes, you did.
So now that's on record as the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom. That's worldwide. So as you sit your justices, your Imperial justice, that's fine. Once you sit them and get as you moving, then you come in and straighten this mess up now. But right now, they out there freelancing because they want to draw people and want them to follow them and all that. But as the prosecutors draw our courts and everything, as the justice draw up them court rules and everything. And then we'll start subpoenaing people, picking them up, bring them to our court for violating our jurisdiction.
Good idea.
And you got to realize that if the United States don't pick them up, we're gonna pick the United States up.
Okay, protect. Understood. Yeah.
That's the part you missing. See, that's why you see them get ready to start the Third World War, because they know the emperor coming. I don't know bullshit.
Yeah.
So I just sit back and humbly prepare for our seat, coming to that seat. That's all.
Okay.
So and then I go to that Moroccan. So you able to come back and raise the flag of a sovereign. Unfreaking heard of, brother. Unfreaking heard of. I mean, the band been dead since, they say 1790, 91. I got a question mark there. Them niggas like to lie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Some niggas always lying about our story. So, it's like I got a question mark there. Because you're telling me you got a sovereign emperor on this land and you call America. Where you buried at? Try to get him? Yeah. You supposed to have a tomb? Where you buried at? You feel me?
Yeah.
What you do? You decommission the flag.
Yeah.
You cut the flag down. You feel me?
Yeah. So the time, as you said, cut the flag down. Would the time when they beheaded Louis XVII?
Oh no, that's 1800.
Oh, 1800.
No, 1787. You talking about? No. That's when you're right. That's when they had the French Revolution in 1787, 1789, I believe.
Yeah.
All that stuff was going on between France and America at the same time when they were stealing the Moorish privileges.
Oh.
All that shit was going on.
Okay.
Then America took off running in the September the 28 treaty, or January 28 treaty. I know it's funny how January 28, right? Then January 28, 2022, I can open up the gates of hell that same day, right? And then January 28, 1836, when they stole 1837, I believe. Yeah, 1837. When they stole your privileges, that 50 year, they took that 50-year treaty. And you look at the United States, they've been going off every damn since. Civil War, all that kind of shit. Reconstruction, all that. Since they got outside of the jurisdiction and the privileges of being a part of a treaty. That's why now, you think about this shit, man. Why ain't they sign a treaty with Ukraine? Ukraine got land. America's supposed to have land. Why they sign a security agreement? And y'all know I've been telling y'all about security agreements and y'all been on the damn phone. And I said they can't do it, sign security agreements, constructive agreements, which is a security agreement. You feel me? And that's entitled to be broken at any president. So how can you be a country and you can't sign no more than a security agreement, and then your predecessor who beat you in the next run can come and cancel your shit out and break some new?
Yeah, they have no autonomy over the administration. Wow.
How's that stuff gonna work?
It can't.
Is that crazy that you did?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the I. So that's when the Imperial IIRK. So, you got people out there mad, say, well, can't we just hire this? Well, he got this, he got that. Can't we just hire the Moroccan? No, because I had to come and get all three crowns.
Yes.
That was part of my mission. Everybody got their own mission. But my mission, you had to come get all the bloodlines. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's my mission.
Yeah.
That makes sense to you?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Yeah, it does.
Did I help you out with your question?
Very much so.
Sure.
Gratitude, absolutely, Protector. Always
hey,
good.
Everybody else get helped out too?
Indeed. Great response. That's so much clarity. Can't clearer than that.
Gratitude.
All right, cool.
All
right, you. Anything else?
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Are there any questions in the chat from a moderator or YouTube? Okay, as one says here, Empress says, will you explain the War of 1812 and the relevance it has with the CMYE-IRK? Did you hear the question, Emperor?
My bad.
All right.
I said 1812. What you talking about? Talking about
It
the
said,
treaty? Adam
well,
owned his treaty?
let's see. There's a
What,
lot of
what war they talking about? Got something to do with me. 1812, what are you talking about?
yeah. What War of 1812? If the
I mean,
YouTube
the
or
treaty of Adam's own treaty of 18, what, 1819, 18? Oh, 19, that's right. 1819.
This would be the treaty again. So the War of 1812 was fought between the United States and its allies against the United Kingdom.
What they got to do? What they got to do with us?
so Adnan Menhu Hotep, are you available to speak?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum ma'ashabuth.
Could you help the Emperor understand what your question is heading to and what you're getting at, please?
I was Assalamu alaikum ma'ashabuth, Emperor. I was just wondering, the War of 1812, back in 8th grade history, I heard a lot about the 1812 war, and I was just wondering if it had anything to do with us, as the ECMYE and everything that you've been explaining to us with the treaties and everything like that.
I don't see where that war have anything. That was a war during the time when they had authority when they were looked at on record as authority as a sovereign country.
Okay.
The United States was looked at on the world scene as a sovereign country then. You feel me?
Yes.
So they had control of the 100 million in gold. That was the whole point.
Okay.
They had, that's what the Revolutionary War was about.
Right.
Then they tried to steal it, and then the terrorists tried to. What they call them heroes now, but the terrorists tried to steal it, and Spain and France came in and forced them to create that constitution with Britain on the other side. And that's what that was for, because that was for the gold. They don't need to have a constitution. You ain't got no equity.
Right. That's what it was about. Okay. Gratitude,
What,
Emperor.
you got equity. That's why I say, why you got a constitution now? Ain't got no damn equity. It don't mean nothing. It's just a contract. You can just do a security agreement. Simple shit.
Right.
You ain't got to be all deep. Talking about construct agreement, security agreement. It's simple shit to me. Well, you know contract law. They trying out like they signing some great papers when they doing that stupid shit. No. They don't have a right to do nothing. Listen, your existence within your constitution. Okay? So if your constitution don't have no backing, that way you got citizens who got to pay you taxes that's got to keep the constitution up, because that's their governing rules. Okay? Then they come in and use UCC codes, right? Penal codes from that constitution to govern the people and to govern the states. That's why they call it express trust they work on. All trust law. You feel me? So if you know anything about trust law, you got a trust corpus that come with trust law. That's security agreement. So now you run as oligarch, like the Russians, claiming stuff that ain't yours. But own nothing, what they say, own nothing, control everything. Earl Nightingale, Dale Carnegie. What his name? Dale Carnegie, I think it was. Spoke Carnegie. That. Spoke that back in the day. That's what they were talking about. Because they could never own your land. They can control it. That's what they've been doing every day up to this day. Now that when they get ready to get challenged, listen, man. I'm traveling, that's why you can't see my face, but anyway. If all this stuff was so real in this war and everything going on in Israel, why ain't they taking it to the court? Why didn't Ukraine just take Russia to court internationally for violating their sovereignty? See? But they're not true sovereigns of the land. And the United States ain't true sovereigns of the land, so of course they're gonna come in and pretend like they're gonna protect them and give them all these weaponry so that they can win or attempt to win the war. But they ain't no true sovereign of the land. But other than that, they've been international court. Then you have rule over it, and then the court can come in and rule, and then you can come out to these cats as terrorists or breaking international law and lock that nigga ass up. That's why you got law for.
Okay.
So you gonna let Zelensky get away with killing 1 million of your own people because the United States protect them and they all in the pocket? Come on, man. So they're all going to hell. You feel me?
Yes. Gratitude, Emperor. I
You
always
feel
wondered
me?
why they would skip over 1812 and go straight to the Revolutionary War. I always wondered why. You just
That's
explained
what
it to
I'm
me.
talking about to go.
Gratitude. Gratitude.
That's what they're talking about.
All right, we have
I
another question.
yield.
That makes sense to you now?
Yes,
You
it
good?
does. It really does. It really does. I always wondered why they never really detailed 1812. They just go for 1812 and straight to the Revolutionary War. It makes gratitude. I yield. Gratitude.
Well, real quick, part of that is because the Revolutionary War was before 1812.
Who's
Oh, yeah.
speaking?
Revolutionary War, 1774.
1774. Okay. Okay.
And it ended with the Treaty in Paris, 1783. So,
Yeah,
So
that was the 1774 from the revolutions. Well, they call
so
them
what would have
heroes
skipped
now,
the
but we call
Civil
them
War?
terrorists. Say what? Ooh.
It would have been them skipping 1812 and going straight to the Civil War, not talking about the 1812 but going into the
Yeah,
Civil
yeah.
War. Not,
Civil War after
right.
1812. But
Right. Right.
that was the filling of Washita land.
Okay. Okay. And that ties
That was
back
not about.
into
They
the
talking about they were freeing the slaves. No, that was the bullshit.
right.
That was filling the Washita land. That was the
And
land.
that
That was the land. What I told you
the
what they were
Washita.
talking about. What they was talking about. What they was talking about Juneteenth. Okay, the Ku Klux Klan was signing orders to permanently steal your land. That's why they called it the Ku Klux Klan oath. That was happening in 1816 with the Reconstruction. But what the African Americans were talking about freedom in Galveston, Texas, that was just a small section or the complete elimination of slavery. Nah, well, they were letting that loose because they were going officially on record behind the scene on the Ku Klux Klan Act to permanently hold your white privileges. And everybody missed that part, right?
Indeed.
So that's why you had them operating white privilege to this day. Even then, they did a reconstruction with the military to make sure they get them white privileges, keep them white privileges. And every president of the United States has to sign an oath to them white privileges. Okay. So what happened was there was only them privileges only for the elected officials. But over the years, they had allowed it to come down to their so-called cousins and friends and everything. And so now they walk around classifying themselves as white when they're Caucasian. See, so that was that permanent that the Ku Klux Klan did so that they can mark down as white. That's why you see Africans coming over here from other nations, they actually tell them to mark their applications white so they can get the benefits of marking what's white on your applications. Over here, they got you marking black, and black ain't got no status. Okay? Even Barack told you that when he was the president, if you're paying attention. That made sense to you.
Yes.
Yes.
Did I help you out? You good?
Yes, I am. I appreciate it. I yield.
I yield.
Shijah, did you have another question? I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. I just didn't want the class to go in. But do you have a question? Another question?
no, I just actually just made a statement. That's all.
All right. Moving forward, we have another question, Emperor. Excuse me. How does the Treaty of Utrecht assist in our emergence as a republic? And this is from Nanya Amir Moon Satuk Dejaida Capri Beret. I said the whole thing. How does the Treaty of Utrecht assist in our emergence as a republic?
That's land rights. That's Imperial land rights. That's your protector energy. That's over there land rights, bro. That's where you get the land rights from. That's where your constitution is strong as it is. Because you got sovereignty and imperial land rights, not just land rights. Him. You don't see no countries right here. You got England every now and then they got the imperial government, or you got Japan saying they got an imperial government with the so-called de facto emperor they got. You feel me? But that's just all that stage. You should have seen the stage show that it did in Britain with the emperor visiting state, all that they just had day before yesterday. I mean, it's like if you look at it like they ain't got no authority to do nothing. They just acting in roles. Ain't none of them got no salvation. They all, if you're an emperor, why you calling on a god outside of you?
Right.
You feel me?
Right. That makes sense.
So you happy to be sitting with a king, a de facto King Charles, and you the emperor? Come on, man. But that's that show they want to show y'all, and as if they got some authority to rule you, and to give you a god that you gotta worship. And if you don't worship, you go into some hell they done created. You know what I'm saying? So cut that madness. Exactly. That makes sense.
Indeed.
Y'all know I can go roll dog now.
Absolutely. Help you out for that question for the YouTube.
Yeah.
And that's Nanya Miamun. All right. Next question, Emperor. This is from a YouTube. It says, why is it important to have an apostille 1, as opposed to having a 2 or 3?
Well, y'all could answer that one, but I go ahead and take care of it. Okay, so if you got an apostille number, okay, let's go back to this level. Okay, so from the UN Charter and everything, they created the apostille process. They got 3 levels. Okay, you got 1, 2, 3. 3 is for prisoner exchange. Everybody know that. Okay, the 2 is for anything that's domiciled inside of the United States. It cannot leave outside of the United States unless it get another apostille to verify that the apostille is going overseas, whatever, Morocco, whoever. Okay, that's just the apostille process. Okay, so the number 2 is everything that's staying within this government, because the United States is on record as an administrative legal entity. Period. They're not lawful to do any damn thing. They're the biggest treaters in the world against your birthright contract. That's why the Pope, it ain't something I'm saying. Get down here. It ain't something I'm saying. You can go read the letter the Pope wrote. He told us straight up everything about him. Then the contract they under. But your question is, how can you get out from it? It's impossible unless you be a foreign national in your own country situation. You feel me? Because that's the only way you can get outside the contract. Outside of that, you stuck in the contract forever. So that when you get foreign national in our own country, that means we can have still number 1. Okay? Come on, man.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm on. Can't shut the door.
What you say, Emperor? You kind of in and out a bit, Emperor.
Oh,
we heard you. You just kind of in and out a little bit.
All right, what did I say? What was I in there?
You heard you. We heard you all the way through. That's that last part. We thought you were about to say something else.
Oh, I was. I heard it irritating noise. So where we at?
That was just a question as to why the apostille 1 is important.
Okay, let me get that. Okay, so then when you get down, all right, so let me finish that up. Okay, so when you get down to the State Department level, okay, well, you got people went to the State Department every state today, and then some went to DC today, and they all got the apostille done. Okay, all right. At the State Department level, they only issue out number 2 to anything inside the United States of America or the United States. Okay, because they are administratively over your contract. You see? So that's at the UN level. So when you get apostille number 1, well, they're talking to you from state to state. Okay, so you got Russia, China. We just give them the names today because of the war going on. Well, they had different protocol, whatever going on. That's apostille number one. That's state to state. So when they deal with us and recognize me on the emperor as the emperor on the world scene, that's an apostille number one level because we have our own state. We all can have our own state. Already constituted by having our own state and got constituted by equity. Go. That's why you got that 40-star flag up there. You feel me? So they already know you. You just behind the scene coming in. So all these cats out here on the market, I don't even see them. It's just madness to see they want to run it the way they want to run it without any authority. So they're gonna do that. So who's gonna respect them? If they think they can disrespect authority, well, who's gonna respect them? You feel me? So when you have still number one, well, on the I still number one, we had the Constitution for the United Small U States of America, which is part and parcel of the Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Kingdom now. And we're going to need that section in there that we need. That we're going to update it for, I think, what is y'all? Imperial Note, what is it? Imperial Law 30. And that's going to be updated for the whatever sections or articles we need in that Constitution to help us adjust to what we're doing now. You feel me? So that's what we have with that one. That makes sense to you. So that's why I'm still number one coming in at. Because you have a state, not an organization, a state, outside of the jurisdiction of the Queen of England, Vatican, the United States, IRS, all that kind of shit. That's why I got people all crazy. That's why I said that in the community. You just behind the scene. So that's why we got apostille number one. And that's the difference with apostille number one. And if I got who in the state trying to get number one, you know, number two. That's it. Period. That's why to that cat, you know, them cats they used to call that ISIS up in Philly with them cats, y'all remember that? They got apostille number two, and they try to attempt to run their government like we were doing the Native American government via African embassy back then. And they used to in the United States with boy ISIS, ISIL. So they say they who they is now. Before that terrorist group, every time you call them, that terrorist group should you see? So shut them down. That boy up there in Canada, they got kicked out. Well, he attempted to do the same thing. But he was attempting to attach himself to the Yamasee Native American government. So all that stuff up there on that he's trying to claim in Canada, that officially belonged to the Yamasee Native American government when he was a mayor down in Macon. So all that's property of the Yamasee Native American government via African embassy, which gonna come to your court. That's why we had it when I opened up, came at him, called everybody out. Because you let them know, you give them a fair warning that now all that stuff you out there slanging, lying to your constituents, now you gotta bring that before the court. You feel me? That makes sense.
Especially like if they want to give you
the phone, stop playing call, play with his music.
You know, the IP address to, you know, we like, man, we need to get in there and talk to him. You like, well,
why
you
IP address? What you talking about, bro?
Like, yeah, that's kind of why I'm like, well, I mean, but if you don't, I mean, how do
who's this talking?
Host, you got open mics.
That's it. That's it, Shlomo.
There you go. Thank you, moderator.
I don't see why whoever on the back side allowing it to go on so long before they cut them off. That's
right.
the concern.
Emperor, you also breaking up very bad. It's like, yeah, you breaking up bad now. But yes.
Oh, I'm breaking up bad?
Yeah, it's like Transformer almost. It's like you have to yell out for us to understand you, but we're hearing bits of it. It's like some interrupting the mic.
All right, give me a second.
All right. Also, I don't have muting controls. If someone can also, the host can give me host privileges, I can kind of help with the mutes. All right.
That's not.
All right. I see the information you put in here, Nanya Shujar. It's pretty good. American Civil War / period, April 12, 1861 - April 9, 1865. American Revolutionary War / period, April 19th, 1775 - September 3rd, 1783. The War of 1812 lasted 2 years and 8 months from June 18, 1812 to February 16, 1815, when the Treaty of Ghent was ratified by the U.S. Senate. All right. It's good information. All right. Emperor, you okay? You back with us? All right. All right. No, I don't need them, but I could have muted the mic so everyone could hear sooner. That's correct. And it's not a matter of who can't host. You just need to mute when there's, distractions immediately. Because that went on for a while. All right, let's go to 3 Fennel Hummingbird Mercury 26 June celebration. All right. 4. The Imperial Royal Annals for the ECMYE-IRKR, the month of June, start with 26, and that is Chief, (space) Black Eagle, quote, Thunderbird, end quote. 79th Earth Day celebration, in parentheses, PBWH, peace be with him. All right. Anyone want to speak up on that? No. Chief, (space) Black Eagle, quote, Thunderbird, 79th. All right. Okay, moving forward. Now, this ought to be interesting. Also on the 26th of June, we celebrate the Commissioned More 48 Star of Peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Great Flag. That's what that equity at. Sterling Meeting Gold at. 19-year anniversary, in parentheses. And then, of course, the 2-year anniversary for the appearance of number 135 in the clouds over the North Pacific Ocean, viewed from the ISS at 10:36 a.m. on the 26th of June. 2nd year anniversary. Any questions? Any comments? That flag, that recommissioned flag.
So yeah, I got a couple quick comments. So concerning the chief, he is recognized as Chief Black Eagle, quote, Thunderbird, end quote. And that means he's part and parcel of our state. That is definitely his Earth Day, and it kind of ties in because his Earth Day falls, or the recommissioning of the flag falls on his Earth Day. You know what I'm saying? And the flag being part of the state kind of just ties that right in together. However, concerning the flag, so it is our 48 star, is our More, Mer More 48 star of peace, Full Faith and Sovereign Gold credit flag. And it was recommissioned on the 26th of June in 05. It represents the gold that was lent to the United States of America back when they were formulating their government. This gold then funded the Revolutionary War. Just going back to that. It was told during the time that the emperor was coming up through one of his schools. There was a David Windmiller that used to teach the quantum language, truth language. He went to go copy claim the flag and was told that no one, no African American, Negro, Indian, white, black, nobody could claim that flag except for the Mer-More, which would be the emperor, all caps HEL, colon space. And since the emperor went ahead and copy claimed that flag, it's been under the jurisdiction and venue of him, his office, and of course the state. Not now, but of course the state. So that's where we sit with that flag. And it just so happens, just to tie the last one in, that on the same day, the 135, which is the emperor's number, appeared. It's a random number to appear in the clouds, right? But it appeared during this day 2 years ago in the clouds, and we could not have foreseen. It was so random. It popped in someone's timeline that, yo, the ISS, International Space Station, just spotted the number 135 in the clouds, and they posted it on, the social media sites or whatever like that. And so for us, we take it as a confirmation message, sign to us that all is well in the universe, what we are achieving, accomplishing, and our journey going forward. So we give thanks and gratitude. And I yield.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeesh.
That's good info. So now that 135, what's the significance of 135? How is the 135 connected?
Oh, that's my number.
All right.
That's my national number from the embassy government. And then Chief Black Eagle got 135 years on them charges.
Mm.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's good. You're clear. Good. Nice little echo back there now. But yeah, you definitely don't have that transformer sound. Wow. So, and it's clear too. 135. You're seeing it there. Can't make any mistakes on that. And then so we have Chief Code of Space Black Eagle Code Thunderbird gets one.
Hold on a minute. Let me help Tajar, because he did bring up some stuff that we didn't really touch base on. I don't know if I was traveling and catch it, but like I said, he's talking about Chief Black Eagle. Okay, so when you look at a Chief Black Eagle, 79 Earth Day today, from what he did for us, for me, or anybody, not y'all, but me, and then I shared it with y'all, is that he dropped the Constitution, the United Wabi Nation of Moors Constitution, under the jurisdiction of the Yamasee Native American government. And that was the most powerful thing that he could have did, is performing in his position as commander in chief and everything that was going on back then with the case and the fight that was going on back then. So once he put the Constitution on the government, he said now the Constitution has a home. Okay. Well, they didn't understand it that the Constitution had the 100 million in gold based on my signature and bringing in the state. So when he dropped the Constitution of the United Wabi Nation Moors on the government, where you took over the land, but nobody's seen it. Okay, so we had to sit back and wait to see if he was coming to systematize his seat, because once he dropped the Constitution under the government, it became organic. You feel me? So during that time, the fight though down in Georgia had everybody from the State Department on down
believing that he was the only signature on the contract. But when they went farther up the food chain, they found out that there was a guy named Khufu, or he took Renewal, who has a contract that's on the contract, but he's a sovereign prince. You feel me?
Right.
So that activate the contract, don't it?
Indeed.
So now the activation that everybody was looking for, Khufu did that back in 04. Remember I told y'all, I said they already know who I am. They've been knowing who I am since 04. Because they knew when I did the claim of life, I became a sovereign prince because I already had full faith and credit from the United States and the state of Georgia. So I became a sovereign prince over the Yamasee government, sovereign crown prince over the United Washita IIEHU, or let's say it like this, Empire/United, parentheses, Empire/United, in parentheses, Washita Nation, or Washita IIEHU Nation. Okay, that's added the Empress and Prince Bay into the same clause. Okay, so that help you out with Chief. So when he came along, he put the 208 1992 number, not some 208 1999 crap they run around with. They don't have no clue about the number he put in here because they ain't government. So he put the 208 1992 number on the government. That number came from the Constitution when he dropped it under. And you haven't seen nowhere on our paperwork but 208 1992, all the way back to 04. Everywhere. It was that boy down in Georgia doing that 21593 number. Yeah, we had control of it, but we weren't using it because, you know, we had a couple people up there at the UN back then that was representing the UN, the 215 number on behalf of the Washita. They ended up getting nationalized under the Yamasee government and getting cheap P contracts down in Mexico. They don't think I know about behind the government, but you know, we'll stay that out on down the road. But so you can see why we honor the chief on this 79th day of the former chief. I always say former, he's supposed to be former chief of the Yamasee government because he had 10 years to sit in that seat. So, you know, so like I told y'all back in the day, I said, he can just walk out. He like, what you mean he can just walk out? He's nationalized as Chief Black Eagle, quote, Thunderbird, end quote. Okay, or Chief Black Thunderbird, quote, Black Eagle, Eagle, end quote, whichever name make you feel good. That's what is authenticated by the State Department, well, by government, but approved, authenticated by the State Department and the state of Georgia. That's why you see me when I send that motor proprio out. That's why I said they had to go back and open up the files. And that's the first time a lot of people that's living today realized that this brother right here was the chief of a sovereign state when they locked him up at Dwight York. That's totally against international law. But the United States ain't international, but you got an international court. So that's why I say I ain't worried about snatching them. It's just a matter of time you got to get your government up running. So you had a proper outlets to use diplomacy or court to handle whatever you need to handle. But they treat him a certain way now. Why? Because they know he's property of a foreign state and an emperor. So that's why he's getting the authority he had since last year when I sent that motor proprio. And that's why his followers is so dumbfounded. How is he talking, doing this? How can he do this and that? Because of what I did already. But I ain't sitting here bragging on it. You feel me? I got to move state. I told him to leave him alone until I come get him. You feel me? Whatever they doing, I only listen to that clown. That clown that they doing. So that's representing the chief. First chief. That's live chief there. All these cats that they call themselves chief, my crew, whatever. This brother right here, that's real chief. So you got me, right? Then you got the 19-year anniversary of the 48 star flag, y'all. That's wicked. Then the second anniversary of the 135 in the clouds. This is a very important day. And then you also got this, number 4, right? Number 4 is what? It's the 79th year of the UN being in existence. Dun dun dun. Y'all didn't catch that shit, did you?
Wow, I just dawned. Yeah, you right. Missed that one. 79, 45.
Really?
Right. Yup, says 45. That's right.
Right. See, so you got 4 that's going on right now. That's why we brought this one call in tonight to finish up the mission. And let's get, to get this straight, because this is a very important day. Then I've been in the water all day, unbeknown to me, because I definitely won't out there been in that water that long. But so when I got the time, I couldn't believe it, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't got time. So it's all in the good making. It makes sense to everybody. To celebrate this day. I know y'all, I tell y'all behind the scenes, but all kind of magic going on, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just showing the celebration of the day. So that's my take on all 3 to help the job to get everything out, okay? So we can move on. That makes sense to everybody?
Indeed.
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 Does here.
Yes,
Indeed.
that's good.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So we have our Namashi compass. Namashi compass serves as a revitalized ancient sacred circle, namatized to bring awareness to the subtle vibrations of air, earth, water, fire, and ether. Everything is vibrating energy, like an ocean of frequencies. Our thoughts, emotions, and actions are ripples in this ocean. Your attention is your currency. Put value on what you give your attention to. The first new moon after the spring equinox, the Earth spirals around the sun for 364 days, revisiting 13 constellations. In sync with all tides of the Earth, the moon shines and hides in a series of 8 phases for 13 consecutive months. Each month, in parentheses, month, carries a she, in parentheses, vibration/frequency. The Namashi compass is a gauge of these frequencies and provides the best times to ritualize practices to honor space, energy, self, earth, and ether. Nama/Nibirians -Al Moroccans -Mu'urish Yamasi American natives -Amuru Wasita Murs de Dugdemania. And of course, once again, we always say, please scan the code below to order your Namashi calendar. All right. And now the ability to keep the earth, watch celestial occurrences, and continually evolve without measure rest in our abilities as Nama Earth-keepers to exercise our innate culture and the ability to govern self on our territory under our own venue and jurisdiction. Part 3 of the live full Strawberry Moon dives into the imperial laws that govern the sovereign territory, in parentheses depicted below, of the ECMYE-IRKR. See link below or visit the ECMYE-IRKR Royal Registry to read along. And of course, our jurisdiction. I'd say that covers the whole earth. All right. All right. And at this time, I believe we are prepared.
Yeah, go back to that picture before that.
All right.
Where that fire come from?
And I've never rated you. Okay. Gratitude.
That was a picture of a Phoenix bird look like.
Oh, in the
Screen.
Yeah, that's my screensaver, Emperor.
Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, that was okay. I thought we had to address that. Come on, Majed.
Oh,
All
okay.
right, we're on page 5, right?
Yes. All right. At this time, I will. I thought you wanted to say something, Emperor. That's why
Oh
I
no,
had you.
I seen that Phoenix bird rising beside so I thought that was in the slide. So I said we haven't addressed that, but that was his screensaver. So we good. Come on.
All right. At this time, we will get off into our Imperial and Imperial mission for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRK. And now I would like to yield the floor to our reader. You have the floor, reader.
Assalamu alaikum with magic. Assalamu alaikum Saud.
Excuse me, reader, you breaking up very badly. Could you please check your sound?
It may be the
You're good.
source. Why? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All
You
right.
fine, man. Come on.
All right. I'm the case of the TMA. The IROHEM has taken up its lawfully, legally, and sovereign, constitutionally sovereign small s functions via the Imperial and Imperial law of succession from Lamu, Nibiru, and Ray, with the signing underscore of the notice of accession for the IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRK all cap, effective date 22 January 2024, full colon space and underscore space, notice of appointment in parentheses amendment, effective date 1 August 2023, semicolon, also underscore the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States small s was formerly underscore known as the country of United States small s / Imperial Moorish Al-Moroccan in parentheses and Mexim Empire via his Imperial Majesty's Royal Post semicolon pursuant to underscore the Continental Order Shimakshi Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom in parentheses CMYE-IRK in parentheses USA small u / USA all cap henceforth underscore ECMYE-IRKR full colon space effective date 28 June 2023 droid. The IROHEM in accordance with and pursuant to but not limited by all underscore full colon
You're not
space
gonna stop asking no questions. You reading or you teaching? What you doing?
reading. Any questions or comments on the last paragraph?
So I have a question. Minjeti Bauture. When he says the IROHEM has taken up his lawfully, legally, and sovereign constitutionally functions via the Imperial and Imperial law of succession from Lamu, Nibiru, and Ray, what is that? I've never heard that. Could you explain that, Emperor? With the signing of the notice of accession for the IROHEM.
Well, that's just a verification because I put it out there years ago on my line of succession. So they questioned that because to have that type of line of succession from Lamu, which is Mars, okay, a deity of the Biru. And when you got the Biru, the Ray, the sun, so that's outside the realm of man's thinking. You feel me? So
yeah,
when you put out the notice of accession, well, that brought that alignment into for full view now with full faith and credit everything because you have told them in the past where you came from, where you're going, they couldn't challenge it. They had to sit back and watch and see if you were going to actually prove what you're saying. And then you came through and actually prove what you're saying. For that, now that makes line of succession is right to exact, because if it wasn't right to exact, I wouldn't be able to do what I did. So you got the authority from the universe to come to your seat. Same thing my uncle said when I was 19, 17. The whole world gonna know who you is in your late 50s. Well, you know I can't go no higher than 58 now. So you got to say, okay, then how many more eights I got to go to get to my seat? Well, I'm in 58 number 2 now. Now I'm coming in 58 number 3, and everything working 3. But look what you done in your 2 first year. Behind the scenes, people want you to get out there and debate and challenge what they got out on the market. I don't even see them because they ain't got no status. Looking at them cats out there on the market is like, you can't even see them because they can't do nothing for you. You can't do no business for them. You can't do nothing. So you got to keep selling outside of their thinking, because you got a real sovereign state. You feel me?
Yes.
That makes sense to you?
Indeed.
So that help you out?
Oh, yes, Emperor. All right.
So the Kessler?
I'm here, Emperor.
So you see what you missed in that paragraph? So that also just verifies your line of succession. So to show you're a universal player. Also to show when your sovereign imperial royal empire came in from the sun, to let you know what the 500, well, the master and 579,999,999 immortal 5 beings, and let you know they ready to roll for your rule to come to your seat. So when they let you know, you should have known everything in the world getting ready to go off. Hurricanes, tornadoes, politics, everything, because you're coming to your seat. So they saying they're gonna go to third world war. He's gonna do the real y'all, them, not us. I told you we ain't going nowhere. But you see what's coming to the forefront. So the same way the Roman fell, even before Roman fell, but Rome fell before. Well, it's over now. You coming to your seat. They already know it's behind the books. Been on the books. It's just you coming to your seat, learning how to move your ship. So the more y'all learn, you better move this ship. He's just sitting there waiting on you. That makes sense to you. That's why we're rolling.
It does.
So they have that little question on that paragraph.
Indeed, Emperor. Gratitude.
All right, come on, Nikel, shine your light now. Any more questions?
I was about to ask that, but okay. I will continue. The IROHEM.
Well, I don't know, was it? I ain't getting nothing.
No one spoke up, so
Oh, you gotta give them time.
All right.
I have another question. This is Menjeti Bautu Ray. When it says also, it says with the signing of the notice of accession for the IROHEM. Can you explain that one, Emperor, with the signing of it, that connection with the session from Lamu, Nibiru, Ray, with the signing, like?
What I was just explaining, because that's what I was just explaining. Okay, you went back to it. I get it again. Okay, maybe I can give you. Well, I didn't, but through other calls I might have. But tonight, I didn't really give it to you. But when you say you able, or I think it's able, you have authority, or you have sovereign authority to not just write a notice of accession, to actually sign it. Well, that's you laying claim to everything that you see in your dockets. The 100 million in gold, the 3 million plus acres, Washita, the millions of acres Imperial, IIEHU, your authority to have dual part and parcel to the red flag green star. The red flag green star with gold around it. Red flag green 6-pointed green star, and the damn red flag that's dealing with the Kingdom of Morocco and their monarchy. Okay, that's what that notice of cession do. That notice of cession attach you to the deburden estate, which has 14 damn countries under. You talking Spain, where the Pope is, Italy, all that's under the Bourbon estate. So you see why now they should give you insight of why they talking about war and all this and that, France jumping up all this stuff, because they got certain things they've been telling people for hundreds of years that's not true. And now it's coming out to a fact that they've been lying to these people, and they scared for their authority, and the people will overrun the government because of the lies.
Because of the lies.
So you see, so that's why they say you don't want it one. Because you coming with the facts and the truth. Okay. So where we at?
About to start the next paragraph.
Yeah, but I mean, where was that on that end?
We dealing with the session protector.
Oh yeah, the session. Okay. So when I signed a session, well, that was giving me, that was showing the world, not just, I don't even talk about these people in America, but they all citizens. I'm talking to the heads of governments of the world, that they had a certain time limit, which is international law, to come and prove that my notice of accession was fraud and it didn't exist. Okay, but they couldn't show nothing because they didn't have no sovereignty over me. In the United States, nobody. Russia, China, nobody. Because now at the end of the session, y'all know what day it was, 13th, going to 13th, 14th era, okay? When that ended, you know, for my Yamasee Native American Maroon nationality got signed in, which is another great day for this month. You feel me? Y'all notice in the last 7-10 days, everything going off chain, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it ain't stopping, because everybody know now. So now that they know that nobody can prove they got sovereignty over me, well, what else you think is left? Is the United States going to submit and say we have a sovereign emperor? Is Russia going to come and say that America has a sovereign emperor? You feel me? Because you got to get announced to the world.
Right.
That's just part of your mission. So for one to come, the other got to go, because you got them. You got the United States listed as a vassal state, because it's what they are. They have no title. They only rooted through fear, threat, duress, coercion. Now they have no sovereignty. I should have told you that when they said they're gonna sign a damn security agreement, right?
Right.
All this you spent 400 billion, and you signed a security agreement for 10 years. Come on, man. And I told y'all about the 10-year wonder, right?
Yeah.
See, all that stuff come right before you, don't it?
Yeah.
The damn emperor been saying it for a while. Told you. They talk about apostille number 1, 2, and 3 now. You see? Because you got everybody running up to the State Department trying to get apostille. Because I did it. But they didn't have the venue I had that we created when we did it. And when they had to go check the record, I was already on record. You starting to get me now?
Yeah.
That's how we got apostille number 1. So now you got apostille number 1. Well, that's showing you got a title, head of state, to do what? Sign a notice of accession to your land. Same thing Empress did. She didn't need verbatim credit. She only needed to sign a notice of accession back in 99. So, okay, so you see there was certain energy going around in 99 that she could have found out about that notice of accession. And next thing you know, boom, she gets put in a coma, right?
Right.
Things that make you go, So it took you 20 years to figure it out, right?
Right.
So Prince Betty knew about it, had left. All my boys left, you feel me? So I had to take that time. But y'all see, I was perfect, whole, complete. So I was where I was supposed to be on the 58, you feel me? I was where I was supposed to be today. In the fountain of youth, you feel me?
Right.
And so, So you are where you're supposed to be. So now you done conquered all that. So now it's time for you to step out without fear or favor, right?
That's
So that's
correct.
what that notice of accession does, because you have authority of a monarch to write a decree for your title of your land. That makes sense to you now?
Oh yeah, it does.
All right, it's your job. We good? Did I hit it? We all right?
You cool. You cool.
All right,
We have no questions in YouTube.
we good?
We will continue.
Let's finish this up right quick,
Yeah.
because you got a lot of people out there on the market who has their birth certificate authenticated at the State Department. Okay, so let's clear this out for them cats. Okay, you got apostille number 2. See, if you would have got apostille number 1, you've been able to carry it to an international bank and cash it in, right?
It goes.
So they get apostille number 2 on their birth certificate, and they bring them over here to me, us, and some of those that came in before, fraudulent, wanting to get all naturalized like they so damn serious, and they ain't serious about their breath. And like they can did all this stuff behind the scenes, bringing their apostille birth certificate. And I'm like, okay, so what they got to do with me? Us. Because we don't need a birth certificate. It's already a bond. I don't need the apostille on it. So I asked the people, why don't they go carry it to the bank and deposit it then? Or put it in collection. You feel me? If you got apostille number 2 on it from the State Department, why you need that for then? That makes sense to you? So to get that record straight for these cats out there running, they run out there today to get the apostille, that birth certificate done. And I'm like, for what? you just paying to get them they pay their salary. That's all you paying. You can't do nothing with it. Go cash it out. I dare you. That makes sense to you?
For those who may be asking, Emperor, can you do a quick on what you mean when you say put it in collection?
Well, that's if you got a collection. Well, the banks have certain protocols that they got procedures. So you can't go and collect something over the counter. Okay, you don't have the authority through your contract and the bank contract you sign on with them, all that kind of stuff. So if you got anything from that, something on that level, you want to put in collections, so they can go collect. You can't go in there and try to get it over the counter. Like that's why them crazy Moors get locked up. You feel me? Trying to cash a tender payment over the counter, a bill of exchange over the counter. Come on, they didn't read none of the instructions, so they need to get locked up. Tell you the truth. So you get people like me, telling me you so mean. This, no, I said, no, I ain't mean. It's a simple fight. Why they didn't read the instructions before they went and put themselves in jeopardy? Now they want you to come in and feel sorry for them. It's like these cats out here with this breast cancer bullshit. You feel me? All these sisters talking about they got all this BC in their late years, but that all came from the birth control pill. You feel me? So they didn't give a damn about it when they were taking birth control pill. But now that they got older, that birth control pill done aged them, made their bones age 10 times faster, and also giving them breast cancer. So we supposed to be in debt every time they bring that up to be able to give something because we supposed to feel remorse for their asses? The fuck? You feel me? They won't even speak to you at the store unless they want something or trying to prey on your ass. Outside of that, then they want you to collect to help them fight a disease they put in the damn self. You feel me?
Indeed. That's ridiculous.
Y'all know me. So well, but did I answer your question? Come on.
Oh yes, I'm good. For any who might have wondered.
Oh, okay.
Any questions in the YouTube?
They're probably mad at me now.
I will continue. Right. The IRO ATM, in accordance with and pursuant to, but not limited to, all _4:space, The criteria declared by the United Nations Convention on Jurisdictional Immunities of States and their Property, effective date 2 December 2004, the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, effective date 27 January 1980, Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, effective date 19 March 1967, Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, effective date 24 April 1964, Vienna Convention de l'EHU, effective date 5 October 1961, in harmony with and pursuant to privileges and immunities of mission of non-party to Vienna Convention via the laws of the United States, /Bill of Rights, 1 through 7, Law of Nations and Family of Nations, in parentheses, Article 1, Subsection 8, Clause 10, effective dates 4 March 2004, in parentheses, CL, Claim of Life, to 11 February 2004, in parentheses, USASD, all cap, via 20 June 2003, in parentheses, GA, Georgia, the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, in parentheses, UNCITRAL, UNCITRAL, United Nations Universal Declaration on Human Rights, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and United Nations Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples, is moving the ship / Freedom from Bondage Ocean Liner / Aircraft Carrier, underline as the properly formed and operational government for the Republic, all underscore, for the IROHEM, all cap, and ECMYE-IRKR, all cap, in accordance with underscore the accompanying obligations, good faith performance and treaties, small t, for the USA, small u, pursuant to underscore the United States of America, in parentheses, major, USA, small u, the United States, the United Nations, and United Nations Security Council, UN flag, world governments, and sovereign states, and underscore into the future, in perpetuity, ad infinitum, droid. Any questions, comments?
Yeah, I got a quick question. Sujan Edgewell right here. Protector. So these documents, this is what helps shape our properly formed and operational government. I see here at the bottom, you said, moving the cruise ship / freedom from bondage ocean liner / aircraft carrier forward as a properly formed. So is this what helps properly form our republic? If that's the proper way to ask this question. I'm not sure. Yeah,
Well, you know, I don't. Well, you know, they don't really have no procedure that we found to deal with who we are. Okay.
Right.
So when Obama said United States a cruise ship, not a speedboat, President Obama, back in his day, okay. We had Chief Black Eagle Thunderbird had 09, remember, his seat in 13. So he had 4 more years on that seat. That's why he was telling me it's a cruise ship, not a speedboat. I couldn't run like I wanted to. But he thought.
Right.
You feel me? So that was establishing your notice of arrival, diplomat arrival, act of state, and official act of state, and apostolic. So you showing right then you have apostolic authority to write from your government. You feel me? So regardless of what the Chief Black Eagle had to do with the Yamasee government, well, when you sent your apostille out, you had authority, full faith and credit to write your apostille. outside of the jurisdiction of the Yamasee Native American government. You see how I'm being nice when I brought it under? You starting to get me, right?
Right.
I didn't get butt wild like I could have, right?
Right.
All right, so when you go look at the judicial ministry of states and their property that came in 04 after we got the apostille, and then you go look at him talking about a cruise ship. It's a cruise ship, not a speedboat. All right, so and then the Pope came along in 13 first with motu proprio, and then by them not catering to the motu proprio, by the 1st September 2013, he wrote the civil orders. Okay, once he wrote the civil orders, he let you know how to bring in your state, because yours ain't nobody that's got one. So he went talking to the Moorish Americans, he went talking to the Moors, he went talking to the Christians, he went talking to the Muslims or the Muslims, whichever name make him feel good. He was talking directly to the individuals who classify themselves or who are classified as foreign nationals in their own country who had diplomatic immunity from the United States. That's all he could have been talking to, because he couldn't be talking to no citizen because they citizens of the state of whoever they from. So he had to be talking to somebody who was outside of their jurisdiction.
Bringing a
And
state.
so then, of the United States, exactly, and the Queen of England, or back then, de facto, and the Pope. You have your own state. So when you see me put that in there, it's because I have came since then and formulated everything that he talked about in motu proprio and the civil orders for the property form, operation republic state, moving what? Whether it's a cruise ship, aircraft carrier, or ocean liner properly. You see, that's why it's in there. They help you out.
Right. All right, I copy that. So then these add to the operational government. All right, that's cool. Because these are
You know what I'm
like,
saying? It said forward. It says forward as the property form and operational government for the republic, not other republic.
For, right.
It says for. Why? Because it wouldn't exist if you didn't bring it. It didn't exist nowhere. So you had to come and say, "Oh, that's what I told y'all what we got. We got what they call the 4-leaf clover, right? They had 3 keys. You come along, got the 4th key. That's master to the 3 keys. Starting to see it now?
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
And got 3. Shit ain't got 3 crowns.
That's right. And on your flag, national flag, you don't see nobody else out there. You got Spain got some good jittery on their flag, crowns them. But look at all the damage they done and how they lost it. You feel me? So look at say they gained with a Conquistador telling all to go, but they don't own shit now. They got certain treaties they stand under with the United States dealing with the land that they stole from that they became protectors over with Washington. But the Empress came out and got that, but she ain't had no government to run it. Now we got the government to run all that. That's part of your property form operation government. So you can deal with whoever, France, Spain, United States, Britain, whoever on your property and your return of your imperial inheritance.
Inheritance, right.
Because you don't need no taxes. That's why they're gonna charge their citizens. It's your inheritance. You feel me?
Right.
See, they're gonna charge their citizen taxes, but it come to you as an inheritance. Because Spain don't have no right to get it no more. Or y'all thought Britain was on one on your birth certificate or your social security card? Come on, for real. Spain ain't got no reason to get no more. France ain't got no reason to get no more off you. For real. That goes all the way back to them treaties. They still secretly collecting off the citizens.
Right.
They ain't never give up. They ain't never gonna give up full right. How they gonna give up full right to the United States when they said they'd protect us over your property and the sovereignty of your land? Well, the United States is not property owners. They're not sovereign. Come on. You think France and Spain get out of that? That's all old treaty stuff. That's why you seen Obama get up and say what? The Treaty of Peace Friendship, oldest treaty in the world. Because they're attempting to make the other one that ain't never supposed to be open again stay closed people perceiving that England run parts of the Caribbean, Spain got other parts of the Caribbean, and France got Louisiana, this and that, all that, and just keep it moving like nothing is new. You feel me?
Yeah.
But now you here on the scene to set the record straight so you can clean up all that mess. That make sense to you?
About time.
Makes sense.
Yep.
It also explains why certain states ceded to others that was beefing at first. It's like, wow.
Well, it was something in there that you said, Protector, to make my mind say, these contracts are defaulted because of fraud. So they really don't have no standing once you came to prove who you are, who you is.
That's exactly what that notice of accession did. See? That's exactly why that was the final leg, y'all. You feel me? That's why people ain't paying attention. You solidified everything you've been saying for 20 years when you finally grew to that notice of accession, because that's what you've been talking about for the last 20 years. They knew that's what you was talking about, but they had to sit back and wait for you to come get it because they couldn't come tell you because you were the best kept secret. And if you come get it, we cool. But if you don't come get it, they can keep doing what they're doing. You feel me?
They cool either way. Copy that. Right. Right.
See, we can't bother him. We can't touch them. But if they get it, cool. If they don't, we got to keep running like we've been running, right?
That makes sense.
And that's what they're doing, right?
That is correct.
Come on, you got a guy called Trumpian, de facto, right? He was telling everybody he like a king when he would run the presidency. You know what I'm saying? He can write a decree. You see him write one? No. And then when he came out and put him in, put him in four corners, then I said, what? I thought he said he was a sovereign. If he's a sovereign, he's not punishable under the United States Constitution. So he above the law. And then you see them came and make him get some attorneys, and he walked in and did what? Not guilty. I said, that shows you right there he's not above the law because he had to plead, and all corporations are guilty. Everybody know that shit. He got a plea, then he went to court, and he lost by a jury trial. So if you're a sovereign, how you even end up in court? That's what he was arguing about. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, dog, he ain't no sovereign. That's you perceiving that he got certain titles with privileges and the wealth they done stole over the last 100 years, and they born with gold and silver spoons in their mouth, and ain't never had to face anything. That's what you facing, and they trying to take the whole damn world down behind it. You feel me? That's how they been living the whole while. You the woman looking over your damn shoulder every damn time you turn. You feel me?
Let me ask a question now, Protector, being that we're speaking on this, not Trump so much, but just in a matter of fact of a president. So now that this set precedence, now that the courts can take presidents, bring them to court for, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you gotta remember the oath of office that they take. So I told you, it's the oath of office that they take. Okay, so the oath of office that they take is basically Ku Klux Klan oath. They ain't gonna tell you, but they can't go outside of certain parameters. Okay, that's why you have legal counsel. They say, right, to keep you from violating what Constitution and your legal authority to run the office of the president. Okay, so but everything this guy did, he brought on himself. He did everything he don't want to do now. He brought on himself. And then he come in and try to use his office that he acquired through the vote to get out of that stuff that he brought on himself. You feel me? Nobody forced him to take records from the DC. Nobody forced him to go with that girl, whether you want to call her a script or whatever. Nobody told him to do what he did to Georgia. He did everything himself. Now he wants the law to come in and protect him from himself. Really?
Yeah.
Sound like some other cats I know.
Exactly. Funny. You starting to give me that?
That was cool.
That's right.
Emperor, you have a question in the chat. In the in the chat says, what are the imperial and imperial royal lands and sacred properties from Amir Moon?
Well, that's just some of them inside of the mission that we ain't gonna really go over tonight. But these just this is some of the imperial sacred grounds that I chose at this point with my decisions, because under the full faith and credit clause, one of my teachers, Brother Tucker, taught me way back in 12, 13, when I was doing the Constitution and everything. He said, well, under the full faith and credit clause that the United States signed on to, as far as you've been a sovereign state, a republic state, and have more authority outside of them, anything that's for sale, you can put in full faith and credit. So once I put in full faith and credit, they became sacred properties. And as you move in the state, well, the state can come in and take care of the properties, but they're already sanctioned under your full faith and credit and your authority as sacred properties. I started this back in 13. Some of them done fell off the market, some say. To me, it never fell off the market, because I was first in line, first in time, and I have full faith and credit. Whether our state was up properly or not doesn't make a difference. It's an ignorance of law, no excuse. So under the full faith and credit clause, once, as you're seeing right now where we at with the missions and everything we're moving, once that come to head, well, the state had to come in and remove whoever's in that property, or the state had to come and get honorably to you, praying like you say in the court, pray the court, this and that, where they're gonna pray that the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic show mercy and please accept the other offering of a higher property, more value, so that they don't have to go in and explain all this to their damn citizens. Like Steve Harvey, one of the properties I told you, Steve Harvey, you know that one? That's on the record. Whereas I come out, that's what they got to do. But they're going to have to ask me whether I want to let him stay in it or not. I ain't got no problem. But they got to give me something greater or more, because that property is already probably way before he bought it or got into it. You feel me? So you just letting you know about the full faith and credit clause. So them become sacred property, whatever we say, not what they say. They have no governance over us. So if I say the 68,000 acres of land is sacred property, what it is. If I say certain land down in Florida is sacred or imperial property, that's what it is. It's to our liking and what our full faith and credit say and what our laws say. That makes sense to everybody.
Makes sense.
Everybody cool?
Oh, yes.
We getting on down now, right? Come on. So you see how much is in this? You see how much is in your mission? Now we've been going back and forth with this mission for a couple months now. You feel me? And y'all see how much is in it. But it's a mission for my office. And now you seeing all the authority and power that's already inside of my office for y'all to come in and do what? Move that office, move that state. And so you see everything. You got everything you need. Trade law, Unitrail, Unicorn, use trail. My bad. You got human rights, indigenous rights, whatever. What'd you say?
Well, I was just helping you, Emperor's Unsatrail.
Trail. What you know me.
I'm feeling you. I yield.
Cool. Like I say, it ain't my language, so I be messing up with that language.
We vibe.
You know me, I'm one to know the script issue, right? Shrimp, you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Hey. Right.
Because they looking for someone that's gonna be they looking for some savior that's gonna be so fucking perfect and so undenied, no sins, all that bullshit. You feel me? That is, you know, me, it's my bloodline. And you know me, hell, I stepped on a rock today to hurt my foot. You feel me? So you feel me? You know, so we have feelings and everything else, but there's characters that they done created behind the scene that give people some ideology, worship of some being that can't exist. That's just, and they can't figure it out. So that's just, you know, you just keep moving as a sovereign, because they ain't gonna be that much longer no way. But it's a matter of time. That makes sense to everybody. You good?
It does.
Yes.
Next paragraph.
Can you see the screen, Daniel?
All right. I can now. This Imperial and Imperial executive missions of the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR dated 8 March 2020 is in accordance with the signing of the notice of accession for the IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRKR all cap, effective date 22 January 2024. And notice of appointment in parentheses amendment, effective date 1 August 2023, pursuant to the accompanying obligations, good faith performance and treaty, small t for the USA, small u, full colon space. Whereas 7 I, capital H dot, capital E dot, capital M dot, full colon space, Emperor, full colon, in harmony with the IROHEM, all cap, pursuant to the Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunder Fire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson L Samhure via the acquisition of specific land and structures on Mother Earth in accordance with the final establishment of the 14 in parentheses number 14 of the 40-2 in parentheses 42 Imperial and Imperial estates and sacred territories held within the full faith, footnote 2. Please enlarge that. Definition for full faith and credit, in parentheses clause, mean the state of complete and timely satisfaction of all obligations by a sovereign country or republic state, which leads into unfettered credit and trading power of a sovereign country, capital S, or republic state, printing sovereign currency, capital S, to pay its debts and pledges in complete trust. And the USA all cap State Department, quote, according to the United States Department of State Authentication Office, the statement on our certificates, quote, full faith and credit, end quote, is an acknowledgement of the state's certificate to the document and has sufficient legal value through state and federal small f civils for use in other countries and in this country, end quote, and into the future in perpetuity ad infinitum, semicolon, droit, exclamation, parentheses, updated for the Imperial and Imperial executive missions, in parentheses, smiley face. To go back to the chapter, within the full faith clause and sovereign small s gold credit guarantee and sovereign capital small s authority for capital H dot, capital E dot, capital M dot, full colon space, effective date 31 August 2023, pursuant to the full faith and credit clause of the USA all cap in harmony with the USA small u for the de jure dash imperial and imperial sovereign small s land rights, imperial and imperial dash constitutional privileges, imperial and imperial treaty small t / treaty capital T authority, and imperial and imperial dash supreme small s authority, rights for underscore capital H dot capital E dot capital M dot full colon space in his lawful status to the organic sovereign small s jurisdiction for the USA small u full colon all underscored. Page 7, please. These are territories, sovereign, sacred properties that the emperor has previously mentioned. All right. Establishment. The Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunder Fire and underscore the Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Samhuray in accordance with the active and in force underscored quote end quote IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRKR all cap via latitude, longitude. Oh, I believe I just started into the next readers.
Nah, you're correct.
All right. All right, then I shall continue. The Imperial Royal House of Tunica-Thunder Fire and underscore the Imperial Royal House of Samson L-Samhuray in harmony with underscore the active and in force and quote IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRKR all cap via latitude / 3 times longitude full colon space de Bourbon Estate footnote 3 please enlarge it. Footnote 3 de Bourbon Estate, also known as the Empire International Estate of the Bourbon Habsburg Empire, which includes underscore the Netherlands at 52.1326 degrees north, 5.2913 degrees east, Western Europe at France at 46.584 degrees north, 3.057 degrees east, and 46.2022 degrees north, 1.2644 degrees east, semicolon, Belgium at 50.5039 degrees north, 4.4699 degrees east, Luxembourg at 49.8153 degrees north, 6.1296 degrees east, semicolon, Greece at 37.110195 degrees north, 25.372281 degrees east, Switzerland at 46.8182 degrees north, 8.2275 degrees east, and underscore 47.4626 degrees north, 8.1861 degrees east, semicolon, Germany at 51.1657 degrees north, 10.4515 degrees east, and 52.5 1942532 degrees north, 13.131269 degrees west. Italy at 418.8719 degrees north, 12.5674 degrees east. Sicily, Italy at 37.6000 degrees north, 14.1015 degrees east. Naples, Sardinia, Italy at 40.1209 degrees north, 9.0129 east. Spain at 40.4637 degrees north, 3.7492 degrees east. Portugal at 39.3999 degrees, 3999 degrees north, 8.2245 degrees west. Most of North America at Washington, D.C. at 38 degrees, 53 minutes, 52.6452 degrees north, 777 degrees, 2 minutes, 11.6160 degrees west. Florida, USA, all cap at 27994402, minus 81.760254, and 26.1420 degrees north, 81.7948 degrees east. Arizona, USA, all cap at 34.800272 degrees north, 111.843567 degrees west. California, USA at 36.256845 degrees north, 117.100632 degrees east. Caribbean at Gulf of Mexico, 26.763177 degrees north, 89.1177, 68 degrees west. Cuba at 21.4691 degrees north, 78.6569 degrees west. In addition, to Central and South America at Amazon rainforest, Brazil at 8.7832 degrees south, 55.4915 degrees west. Peru at 14.701505 degrees south, 75.167043 degrees west, and all North America west of the British Royal Proclamation Line, effective year 1763, and Imperial Demarcation Line, effective year 1713, including Egypt at 29.977836 degrees north, 31.131649 degrees east. Amuru, Huaxashaktan, Moors de Dugdamondia, D/B/A/USSR, all cap, in parentheses, Soviet Union, at 54.5206 degrees north, 105.2551 degrees north. Kingdom of Morocco, Africa, at 31.7917 degrees north, 7.0926 degrees west. Republic of Congo at 0.2280 degrees south, 15.8277 degrees east. Democratic Republic of Congo at 4.0383 degrees south, 21.7587 degrees east. Jericho, in parentheses, INRI, Naga Rule Israel, in parentheses, at 31.8661 degrees north, 35.4431 degrees east, and Jerusalem, again in parentheses, INRI, Naga Rule Israel, in parentheses, at 31.7683 degrees north, 35.2137 degrees east. 4, capital H dot, capital E dot, capital M dot, yeesh, full colon, space, in parentheses, emphasis added and updated Friday, 8 March 2024, quote, retroactive to Monday, 22 January 2024, end quote, in parentheses, smiley face. Back to okay, the Bourbon Estate. The Bourbon Estate, including the inherent Ouachita Parish at 32.593 degrees north, 92.1193 degrees west, of the part and parcel underscored hereditary capital area, quote, Ouachita proper of 68,883 plus acres, returned by underscore the state of Louisiana, in parentheses, land grant number 923/1991, in parentheses, and quote, and underscore, quote, the neutral strip of the Ouachita Theater consisting of some 2,961,983.5 acres of our ancient / current lands, plus the Floridas, end quote, including underscore treaty, small t, / treaty, capital T rights for the Imperial Royal Red Flag, all underscore, quote, nunc pro tunc. 2, Guadalupe Hidalgo Treaty Land Claims Act, effective year 1997. 2, Treaty of September 16, 1836, effective date 28 January 1837. 2, Adamona's Treaty of 1819. 2, Treaties of San Ildefonso, Spain, effective years, in parentheses, secret, 1762, 1763, 1795, and 1800 plus. 2, Pinckney Treaty, effective year 1795. 2, Treaties, capital T, of Paris, effective years 1783 and 1763. 2, Barbary Treaties, effective years 1786, space 1797, parentheses, Treaty of Algeria, capital T, 1795, Treaty of Tripoli, capital T, 1797, Treaty of Tunis, capital T, 1797, Marrakesh Treaty of Peace and Friendship, effective dates 18 July 1787 via 23 June 1786, space 25 Shaban, capital A dot, capital H dot, 1200, in parentheses. 2, British Royal Proclamation, effective year 1763. 2, Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713. 2, Imperial Demarcation Line, effective year 1713, end quote, via underscore the good faith performance, accompanying obligations and treaties for the quote Imperial Al-Moroccan Empire for Al-Maghrib Al-Aqsa of the ancient Empire de Al-Morocco for the country of United States small s in Morocco at North America / Mexim, Al-Aqsa Shatan North de Demondia, and the organic American states of the Union known as the United States of America, in parentheses, major, end quote, and henceforth, underscore, the IROHEM, all cap, and ECMYE-IRKR, all cap, exercising plenary civil power, all underscore, upon the land, USA, small u, full stop. The IROHEM, all cap, in harmony with, but not limited to, all underscore, Article 15 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, will negotiate on all capitalized disputed territories between points to offer a conduit through which to secure amicable relationships with the United States, United Nations states, world governments, and sovereign states, capital S, in areas of culture, social, and political cooperation, domestic and international trade, and mutual defense of our sovereign small s territories in this present day and time. Droid. I yield. Any questions, comments? I have a question in the chat, Emperor. I will say it in case you can hear me. Is there a difference in small t in parentheses treaty authority and capital T in parentheses treaty authority? Am I able to be heard?
Yes, you can be heard.
Oh yeah, you heard big time. You just gotta be patient. You know, that was 10 seconds. You're gonna give me just gotta take a breath, that's all. You gotta take the difference. Okay. You have a lot of folk on the market. You even got somebody on broadcast right now talking about the treaty, a piece of friendship, all this and that, and not fully understanding anything they're talking about to me. But anyway, the treaty, a piece of friendship that the Empress sealed with his seal, that treaty had a 50-year window on it. All right, so when France and Spain and all them was, and Vatican and all them was forcing Morocco to do certain things that was outside their venue because they cut the flag down, remember? They didn't decommission. So when they came in and revised the treaty in 50 years, they claimed it as the Treaty of September 16th, 1836. Okay. I think it is right. Right. You're right. And then they said effective day 28 January, the following year. Okay. 30. So from that point, you can go back and look at the history of America, and you'll see what the United States had done to, should be right in there, to Treaty of September 16, 1836, effective day 28 January 1837. That's the treaty right there. So that's the treaty name now. It's not called a treaty of peace of friendship no more. Except for these Moors out here dirty. Well, they want to, I can't even call them dirty Moors. So they can't even classify. They can't even get their names that they claim Bay. All these Bays out here, the L's, these Days, Ali's, none of them cats. None of them, not one, can prove in our court of law as we coming that they have any legal status, lawful status, or administrative status to even run them names. They ain't no venue to do anything. They still citizens of the United States. You starting to get me? So that treaty, that's where the small t come in. So that's why you see us say treaty small t, which you talking about that treaty, September 16th, because that's you part and parcel of it. And it came into effect 28 January 1837. So you don't even have to mention treaty of peace of friendship no more because they don't move on. So you can't go back and rewrite history. You feel me? That's not proper. So they can't do what they claim they're doing. But we traced our back to the 18 July when I started Empire, because that was the effective day for the ship signals and everything for the treaty to get moving. You feel me?
Yes.
So that's why you got small t and big T. That makes sense to you?
Does, Emperor. Here.
I got a quick question, Protector. In the footnote, something that caught my attention. Can you go into further detail about the Washington, the Demania doing business as Russia? Did I say that right? Oh, the Amaru, York, Shitin, merged with the Demania. Doing
Oh,
business
because that
as.
was all. When you go back and check the record, shit, y'all. When you go check all the land, remember they only docket 3 million. That's all up in Canada, America, Mexico, the Caribbean, all that's Washington. The part they don't want you to see when you cross over there to end up there now.
Bering Strait.
Bering Strait and go, go cross there. That's all. That's all Muru. Russia, China, all that. That's all Muru. You go check the old maps, 1,000-year-old map. Remember Putnam came out the other week talking about, 1,000-year history. Okay, well you go past that 1,001 day, you'll see a Muru. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Oh, yeah.
So and they've been
So
doing
that's
business.
why it's up there, because you can have a notice of a session, even the land in Jerusalem. You talking about Jericho? That's all part of my prophecy, or what my that's why it's in my that's why you read it a while ago.
INRI.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
You feel me?
I do.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Got it here. Boy, that's a lot of territory.
Ain't no problem. Somebody had to
Yeah.
come do it, right?
Yep.
You did.
Yep. Any other questions? Haven't heard anything from the YouTube. Are they out there? Anybody representing on the YouTube?
We good?
All right.
Yes, no
Yeah.
questions on YouTube. It's a one-off question.
What is it?
Well, got more. It said this is an off-top topic, but did anybody see on June 23rd, 24, around 3 something, it was looking 3 moons right behind each other. And you have Doranki. Can you build on the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights of Indigenous People as they pertain to a people reclaiming their sovereign status?
Who?
Can you
That's a lot.
build on the United Nations declarations on human rights of indigenous peoples as they pertain to a people reclaiming their sovereign status?
Can you guys say it one more time?
Build on it.
See, can you build on the United Nations declarations on human rights of indigenous peoples as they pertain to a people reclaiming their sovereign status?
Okay. I just want to make sure I had it clear. All right. So to be clear on this, once and for all, okay, you have to prove that you're not a citizen of the state that you domicile in right now. See, you got a driver license and social security card from that state you in right now. If you try to get out, if you attempted to get, I don't say try, I don't like that word. We don't like that word, but if you try to get outside that state, you might have got nationalized with some of these groups out here, but you couldn't get outside of that state. So you can't, you have no right because you classify yourself under that state as a corporation. So as a corporation, you don't have no rights. That's why you have civil rights. You can't claim human rights when you already agreed to a contract that you are civilly bound. You sign for it, you go to court to test for it, you get a job under it, you do everything. So to come in and say that you want to reclaim yourself through the UN charter, it's just a charter. You have to get that from the state or the country that you are leaving. Or okay, so you got more out there de facto, whatever they're doing, calling themselves expatriating. Okay, so if you expatriate, where you repatriating to? Because if you expatriate, where you dropping your contract at? You just gonna give them your birthright contract? That's what they want. Well, where you going though? To receive you so that you can lay claim to some indigenous rights or some human rights that don't have nothing to do with you. It don't have nothing to do with the charter of the UN. These is rights that they created back in the day and signed them into every nation to oversee them because they had brought in this reconstruction and they had made everybody a different type of citizen. But they had to come in and write civil human rights and indigenous rights because they had certain people on the land that they couldn't understand the language, they couldn't wipe them out, so they had to show protection for them groups like the pygmies or the tribe down in Australia. What do they call themselves?
Aborigine.
Aborigines.
Aborigine.
Feel me? So now that Australia can't have to structure a certain way so that they got certain rights. So you can't come in and say, because you got to realize you can't come in and say you got some indigenous rights and you haven't separated from your master. That's not proper. So you have to come in. So like we did, we came in foreign national country, create our own state, so we have somewhere to drop ourselves. So we can domicile ourselves. We had a venue over here. You got a bank over here. You got a court over here. You got military over here. We see, because where you gonna dock yourself? That's because you got that's so saying you want to go out there and reclaim something that you never got outside that birthright contract. Now you got all kind of systems out there in the market that's going to coach you and tell you you can do this, you can do that, you can do this. But if it sounds too good, it's too good. Because they've been singing that shit for 30 years. I came along in late 90s. You feel me? It's 2024. That's 30 years, dog. Them cats ain't did nothing. So there's no system out there. You can go get nationalized all you want. There ain't no pretty paper that's printed on. You can't do nothing with it. You got people out there telling you to go register in the county that you from. Go file paperwork in the county that you from. Some got comps, chanceries in Tennessee, this and that. Go file your paperwork under them. You can do this and that. That's all gibberish. Then they trying to use the tax system, the IRS to get certain money back on certain corporations. You can't get out of the system. You got people running down to foreign countries, becoming another citizen of a foreign country, like Belize, got a lot of them down there now. And then so they can go to the UN and say they got a dual citizenship stat. All that bullshit is out on the market, y'all. I know you like that. I said all, hear it all. But they don't have no status to nothing. So you just look. So now you gotta go look at yourself in the mirror and see how stupid you look when you walking up to the UN with fellas on, all these Moorish clothes on, feds is on, taking corporation pictures, driver license, all that stuff they out there doing. Yeah, look how madness. So it's like the UN saying ain't nobody gonna honor you, respect you. But right now, sis or brother, whoever said that note, that question is off the chart. It ain't really off task. It's just show me one, not two. One. Nation Islam, none of them cats. More science time, none of them. None of them. I can call them all out. Show me one that had done what we done so that you have somewhere to dock yourself. See, so show me. I ain't got no problem. That way we can do business from country to country or state to state. But they can't come and do business with us at all. They can only come over here and attempt to get part of our paperwork so they can go try to fraudulently use it on the other side. We going to make the end of that. Someone going to try to attempt to do that. They ain't got nowhere with it. Got a couple followers, that bullshit. But now they got to go talk to the officials because they lied to them. You feel me? Because we can never let them know. We're already in motion. That you can't, because you can't come on here and use our shit and then try to run and think you're going to use it the way you want to use it outside of our state. So that's ignorance. That's why we tell people to learn your constitution and learn who you're dealing with here, because it's a state, not an organization where you've been trampled down since Malcolm days. You know, the organization everybody jump on, you know, whether they Masons or whatever. You get trampled down. You still can't find no freedom. We came along and found freedom. That's why they said, what? You mean tell me the United States gave her former slaves this many immunity? So I need to say anymore? Or we good? They help you out?
We good. Yeah.
Give it up.
Yeah. Gratitude.
We good.
I'm going to.
Huh?
I didn't say anything. Okay, you were saying something?
Yes, it's a gratitude. I'm going to. Yeah.
Gratitude. Yeah, I'm hood too.
All right. Salam alaikum, Magic Family. I am Sujai Raider, the next reader up. And I will be starting my read on page 9 of the 4th paragraph. All right. The ECMYE-IRKR and the 14, in parentheses, 14 of the 40-2, 42 in parentheses, Imperial and Imperial States and Sacred Territories are pursuant to the IROHEM and shall be funded in accordance with NAMA Imperial and Imperial Financial Enterprise, i.e., the NAMA Global Bank, NGB, per the Imperial Banu Global Financial Institution, IBGFI in parentheses, pursuant to the Full Faith and Sovereign Gold Credit Guarantee and Sovereign Authority for all caps HEM, space, SAMHU, Amini-Ray, quote, Ade Loyi, end quote. In his lawful status as, space, the Mer-Moore, Sovereign Crown Prince, ipso facto, ipso jure, Jew in re proprio, Jew in ius hereditatis, Jew in ius imperi, Jew in ius gladi, Jew in ius honorum, Jew in ius majestatis, interregnum, to the organic sovereign jurisdiction, USA, of the accompanying obligations, good faith performance, and treaties pursuant to the Imperial Royal Treaty small t / treaties and imperial right privileges of the Imperial Royal Sovereignty for His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco via the 100 million plus or the 100 million plus million in sovereign gold credit. Also, all the imperial sovereignty and land rights, imperial constitutional equity contracts, imperial treaty capital T rights, and full faith and credit for the Amaru Wakshiktar, Mers the Damaunia Royal Throne, and surety pursuant to the 999 sextillion Nama Sovereign Bond credit in harmony with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations Article 25 exclamation point 3 times, i.e., all caps HEM space charge the Grand Army of the Republic in parentheses GAR USA small u / USA all caps Kingdom of Morocco Africa via His Majesty King Mohammed VI, Office of the Governor of Georgia USA, Minister of Foreign Affairs / Office of the Secretary of State of the United States, the United Nations and United Nations Security Council, world governments and sovereign states to honor their lawful and legal contractual authority, constructive agreements / claims, authority, good faith performance, accompanying obligations, and treaty small t rights / authority as evident under the aegis of the Constitution for the United Small U States of America, USA small u, effective date 17 September 1787, pursuant to Emperor's Directive -0004Z / ICCMYE, effective date 3 April 2013, per the Congress of the United States, USA small u, the Office of the President, in parentheses, POTUS, USA, and all caps, and United Nations International Court of Justice at The Hague, the Netherlands, shall assure their highest consideration and diplomacy will be in the facilitation of the arrival and smooth transition to the Imperial and Imperial Estates and Sacred Territories via the Imperial and Imperial executive missions for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, Detroit. smiley face. Any comments and questions on this paragraph? Protector, can you speak on the 999 sextillion gold sovereign bond credit?
Well, well, um, well, all right. So you got people out there questioning everything, right? And they say for 20, 30 years, they say, well, we heard that there was a gold that was established by the old Moroccan kingdom that's hid in Fort Knox. And and the United States can't touch it. Some say, well, the old emperor's flag is in Fort Knox, and the gold, now is at the United Nations in The Hague, okay? Because they holding it, okay? So everybody got these theories, right? All the Great Seal, all that stuff, right? Well, you came along and put that theory to rest because you made it a fact that the gold exists because you was able to put a 999 sextillion normal gold sovereign bond against the collateral or the equity of the 100 million in gold that's on record. And once you send it out, whenever year it says it's on there, well, you got the Bangkok Bank, the biggest bank, when they say they like E.F. Hutton, that when they speak, everybody listen. Well, after they receive your note or your bond that you wrote in official the right states and countries, Spain, France, I'll give you some of them that received it. Well, right after they received it, within what, 60 days, that bank in Bangkok said what? It was high time that the dollar don't become, it is not going to be the reserve currency of the world in the very new picture. Why? Because they seen a new sovereign hitting the land, and he has authority to create his own normal sovereigns. And the last time you had sovereign currency on the land was the Emperor Morocco. So now you reinstating the sovereigns from the old kingdom, and now you got normal in front of it. So you see, so you able to write off of that 100 million in gold already. That makes sense to you. You like that, no?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's one part that I've been scratching my head on. How does that bring into the next one or the next paragraph or sentence in harmony with the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, Article 25? I think I copy now. The receiving state shall acquire full facilities for the performance of the functions of the mission. Copy. That's Article 25, Diplomatic Relations, family. I kind of answered my own question. Any more questions from anyone? Comments, concerns?
I have a question that's more of a refresher question personally. What is the difference, Nama, between a sovereign jurisdiction or a organic sovereign jurisdiction, small s on the sovereign? What makes the difference in calling it organic? How do we identify organic?
Organic is like from the soil, natural
Yeah,
growth.
I don't know, put me on mute, but you got to look at it from. That's where we at again. Say that again.
What distinguishes the difference between a sovereign jurisdiction and a organic sovereign
Oh well,
jurisdiction?
a sovereign jurisdiction depends on your sovereignty. When you date yourself back to claim and prove that you are a true sovereign or absolute, like I have. All right, when you go to organic, okay, well, when the Chief Black Eagle put the Constitution under the Yamasee government, before then he couldn't be touched. It was the Constitution, okay. So when he
Yes.
placed it under the state, it became organic, so that we was able to transform it to fit the current situation that we're moving in. You feel me? So,
And yes, and new owner, new sovereign.
so what?
And the new the chief no longer had the say over it, so it went to you.
Well,
So
yeah, he had no. Once he became organic, he had no more say so unless he came in and systematized the government, which he didn't. He had to come in and he had to come in and systematize the government by what? Rewriting the Constitution to fit the status or what he dropped it in by us not coaching him what he needed to do, what his followers did, keeping us away from him. He wasn't able to. That's why he abdicated his seat. You feel me? So when you
yes,
advocate a seat, they make you didn't do anything to activate that seat. It just sat. So we had to get that seat and keep that seat under full faith and credit. And he had to write decrees and all that when he chastised that boy down in Georgia. But he couldn't go outside of that state or outside of our venue. You feel me? Because
yeah,
he had nowhere to go until he systematized the state. That makes sense to you.
I follow. Just
You
I
follow now?
have yes, yes. It looks like there are two questions in the chat from Ninmayar and looks like one from Nanya Bakai Agabel. I don't know if they want to speak them themselves.
What you got?
I will do the first one from Ninmayar. It says, since the USA all cap is a de facto country, why do its quote authority end quote or any authority given by the USA all cap matter at all, including the full faith and credit? I'm not clear on the question.
Well, because they don't read the charter of the UN and everything they've done to write the official rulings from the Vatican on down to get a United States status. What the United States had done with that status, control it through the threat to arrest coercion through the military and everything else, and set you up with a new citizenship so you can't get out of it. So they can keep moving the state. You have to come in with a militia to really overtake the government or coup d'etat that they did yours to retake it. Outside of that, you got to abide by the rules that you agreed to under the contract you had, which is your birth certificate. Okay, so you got to learn that contract. So you got so many people out here attempting to run other contract, Moorish contract, Christian contract, Muslim contract, and they never fully understood the contract they all agreed to. You know what I'm saying?
I get it. I get it. Yeah, I see what she was asking. Okay.
Did I answer the question?
Are you satisfied with that in my She says overstood.
Cool.
All right. So then the second one says, question from YouTube. A new sun, ANU space SUN says, does this mean you have taken all / Bourbon Estates into your jurisdiction? Question mark.
Yeah, the Bourbon State been in there. You just read it, right? It's under that mission agreement. That's the
Yeah,
Imperial mission for my office. So all that's been taken care of. That makes sense to you. Oh damn.
yeah. We can't see his since it's YouTube if he's responded, but he should have gotten it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I yield. Back to you, Shajar.
All right, gratitude. All right, family. So the IRO-HEM, pursuant to Empress Directive -00070, colon space, declaration notice of acceptance to contract by default in harmony with the contracting solving United States Post Office et al. USA small u and contracting business United States Postal Service et al. All caps USA all caps. True bill and accounting of obligation commercial lien for payment and settlement. That's estimated grand total due, colon space, 70,837,251,498.80. Effective date, 6 January 2023. That's civil case number 04CR1037-10. Superior Court of DeKalb County, Georgia, USA, all caps, and file number, colon space, AMRE 04092009, RA 596640465, US. Effective date, US capital. Effective date, 9 April 2009, pursuant to the aegis of the Treaty, capital T of Berne, and Constitution, capital C of the Universal Postal Union. Effective date, 30 September 2003. Have been updated for the Imperial and Imperial-executive missions in accordance with the Imperial and Imperial-Royal Diplomatic Decree. Effective date, 8 January 2023. The estimated grand total due as of 6 January 2023 was $70,837,251,498.80. And the new estimated grand total due from, colon space, 7 January 2023 to 8 March 2024 is 15,100,576,900.68. For an updated solvent lawful / true bill and accounting of obligation commercial lien for payment and settlement. Estimated grand total due at $85,937,828,399.48. Dated Friday, 8 March 2024. Droid. Smiley face. Any comments, questions? Protector, do you want to give them a little insight on this true bill?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, just showing you how powerful your documents is. When we created the state, the Yamasee government, even though the chief wasn't moving the state, and we had authority to move the state back then, the first apostille we came from the state went to the post office, letting them know that the employee, Darius Todd Sampson, that they employ was now the owner, was now owned by Khufu Renu Z. Sampson L., a foreign national of his own country. The post office agreed and said, okay, well, Darius Todd Sampson had to come to work performed by, the rules and regulations of the post service, which y'all know is very simple stuff, clock in on time, go to break on time, do your job at the best of your ability, what you're getting paid for, and you leave on time. Yes, you want overtime, you get all the, And so, very simple stuff to me. Well, the post office came in and violated that contract once they found out that they had signed in a secure party and co-signer of a foreign state. Once they found out that they had done that, they sent 100 managers down to Atlanta, Georgia, create a whole division in Alpharetta, and to investigate what has just transpired in Georgia. And at the end of the day, with that investigation, they came with that false arrest because they had to get out of that contract because it wasn't approved by the Board of Governors or the Postmaster General or the Deputy Postmaster General. it was approved by the managers, delegation of authority, or senior, district managers who had authority when they signed. It was left if the postmaster signed. But what happened was in Georgia case, the managers in Georgia, they hid it from DC because they thought they can handle it themselves, but they didn't know that at the same time we was letting DC know everything that was going on in Georgia. That's how when Colin Powell checked the record, they found me on record because we was dealing with this big poster case, and everything we sent to Georgia for the case, we also sent a copy to DC. So when they got wind of that, they came with a false arrest. So they had to win the case by all means necessary. So they bought the judges, they bought every damn body. That's why I look at that. Some of the stuff that boy out there, the fight though Trump talking about, the whole judicial system, it's all rigged. I just went through it. But they couldn't shut me down the way they shut him down, because when I came through, I had a full faith and credit that I stood on to shut the whole damn case down. And once I won the case, well, that made the post office lost then, didn't it? What the post office lost was they lost their sovereignty. And so now you gave them a security agreement that they agreed to, that if they violate you, they agreed to pay you $900,000 a day for the corporation, $9 million a day for the secure party, $27 million for your bank account, $1.7 million for any incarceration that they force upon you based on Travis versus Tampa, Florida. You feel me? And then you got $40 million for discrimination, which only kicks in when you're over 40 years old. You feel me? So when you look at that bill from the damages that they done, okay, that's from that time they lost the case all the way up to now. That has to be that finally clear it out, because you got your own state, and that's the only way you're gonna clear it out, because you can't clear it out under that state because they own the judges. And what judge you gonna find to sign over on their boss? So you gotta get that thought out your head. So that comes to your venue as you coming in. Well, they see that bill is due because it's a true bill. And once the court established officially that we're doing what we at now, y'all know what we're working on behind the scenes. Once we finish doing that, well, the post office has to pay in stamp, or they're gonna lock up the postmaster general. They're gonna summon the court, gonna summon them all to court, and the post office will not go into a foreign jurisdiction with the foreign jurisdiction have the upper hand. They just got to pay. That's why the old head told me a long time ago. They can't pay you. They're just gonna give you a black card. You feel me? Makes sense now, right?
Makes sense.
Huh?
Appreciate that. Yes, that makes a lot
of sense. Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Y'all like that one?
Yeah.
That's what's been going on, man. That's why I just keep walking small with a big stick.
Some way, some fashion.
Artistic.
Do you have any more comments or questions about this paragraph? If not, we'll move forward. The IIEHU, in accordance with the Imperial I-M-HUTIP University, in parentheses IIEHU, and the Imperial Inter-Continental Academy, in parentheses EICA, will contribute to a society through the academic excellence of education, community responsibility, knowledge development, learning, and research at the highest international levels of excellence, innovation, and entrepreneurships. The IIEHU empowers the IIEHU and the EICA to stand as an eminent beacon of training and cultural enrichment within the ECMYE-IRKR, also to partake in a comprehensive curriculum deeply rooted in supreme, small s mathematics, Yamashite language, our culture, constitution, international treaties, small t, and beyond. With a dedicated focus on fostering academic excellence and cultural preservation, the IIEHU and EICA serves as a cornerstone in shaping a generation of scholars, well-diverse not only in their respective fields, but also profoundly connected to the fundamental tenets of their NAMA heritage. The IIEHU and EICA prepares NAMA students for a lifetime of learning, leadership, and service to their professions through rigorous academic programs intertwined within the teachings of supreme, mathematics, linguistic fluency, NAMA, cultural studies, Imperial and Imperial-constitutional principles, global dynamic accords, and learning experiences, while ensuring that all non-nationals / students not only gain scholarly prowess, but also carry forth an unwavering commitment to preserving and honoring their NAMA cultural identity within the ECMYE-IRKR and beyond. Smiley face. Any comments, questions? All right.
None here.
Just noting the importance of education, or rather, the proper education, right? As we say, right understanding, right knowledge, right? So this is what this paragraph is about. It's important, you know what I'm saying? And being that we have our own venues, you know, those ideas, scientific, that spirit of entrepreneurship that we have as Namas to invent and create and to bring in harmony with, this allows us to do that and beyond. Feel me? So this is very important. Our studies, our university, and our intercontinental academy, because that's the children, right? Our babies, right? One's coming up. And then we have our university, right? Because adults, you know, as you grow, you tend to stop learning, which makes you set and allows you to grow old, right? So we don't grow old here. So we have a system that allows us and enables us to forever evolve and keep evolving our whole being as well as our state and the whole nation. So, and I yield with that. All right, so then on to the next paragraph, but we don't have anything else for that one. The IRO-HEM on the matters, or matter, in parentheses, S, matters of jurisdictional contracts, definitions of status, and any assumed authority of the United States, United Nations, and United Nations Security Council, world governments, or sovereign states to adjudicate over any autonomous autochthon nominational within ECMYE-IRKR territories of Earth now lies solely within the lawful and legal authority of the IRO-HEM. The IRO-HEM know that all visible matter and invisible waves in the world can be reduced to vibrating energy. We have laws for everything, space, civil and criminal, to conduct human behavior. Laws of physics, describing the force which regulates the universe. Laws of alchemy, biology, chemistry, quantum physics, and all other laws. We are ancient noble natives of Earth, and one of our intentions is creating the awareness of the truth of our people that has eluded the world for the last 430 years plus. I, HEM, space, all caps, am only here fulfilling the law, not here to destroy the law. Law meaning, in parentheses, land, air, water, and fire. Exclamation point. One of the all caps HEM, space duties is to ensure all laws are being honored and respected as we finish laying the foundation of the IRO-HEM and ECMYE-IRKR. The IRO-HEM welcome all the inhabitants of the world to join us in ushering in a new era of HEM, space, Samhu, a mini dash ray, quote, Adelo Yi, and quote, yeesh, exclamation point 3 times, smiley face. Any comment, questions, or concerns on this last paragraph?
There's nothing in the chat. No hands up in the queue. YouTube moderators, anything in YouTube?
Okay. Protector, when you speak of jurisdictional contracts and definitions of status, what are you speaking of?
On what level you ask me that?
Just the way you wrote it. The matters of jurisdictional contracts. What's a jurisdictional contract?
It depends on your jurisdiction. So when you say jurisdictional contract, you got to look at the fact that look at your jurisdiction you have reestablished. Okay. So all contracts have to be rejudicated or re-looked at because of your jurisdiction. Because you can't sign a contract where they still got jurisdictional authority over you. Everything's on you the sovereign of the land. So a jurisdictional contract depends on your venue and your jurisdiction that they can't overclaim or show secure claim over your status. That makes sense.
That makes sense. That brings the this paragraph more into perspective now. Right. So back to what you wrote. So any authority assume they have to go back and look at that and redo all their contracts pretty much. So that's clear.
Exactly.
All right.
You see it now?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Given the gem you dropped here. Non-nationals in the ECMYE-IRKR territories of Earth now lie solely within the lawful and legal authority of the IIEHU. So that's clear. Yeah. I appreciate that, Protector. Thank you. Anybody else? Are we cool?
They good?
I know they're not responding.
Okay.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. We all clear?
Dude, that was
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So we go on to the next paragraph. All caps. HEM, space. Via the IRO-HEM and all Nama/Nubarians Al Moroccans Muarish Yamashi American natives Almaru Washiktal Mers the Damamia / Olmec Kingdom nationals American state citizens / Moroccan Americans for Al Maghrib Al Aqsa of the ancient empire Morocco Empire de Al Morocco for the country of United States in Morocco at North America. Pledge an oath to defend the organic Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom via the Imperial Constitution of the Continental Moorish Yamashi Empire and the original organic Mexican territories / the original land of Mulan, the soil / land of the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation on earth. Also, we pledge an oath to defend the Constitution for the United States, small u of America, USA, small u, of our brethren within the USA, all caps, and allies. Troy, smiley face. Any comments, questions?
I have a question from the chat, but it pertains to one of the previous paragraphs. It's from YouTube, from Duranki. It says, will the IIEHU be granting degrees of learning once a non-national complete their studies?
Say it again.
It's asking, will the IIEHU be granting degrees of learning once a non-national complete their studies?
Of course, it won't. It'll be that all that's be through your university. So all that be credited through your university. Okay.
And just a sidebar on that question, Protector. So being that you come in with the fire, it is proper to have degrees now, huh?
Exactly.
I think that tough crowd, Protector. I think that was over their head.
No, tough crowd, man. Tough crowd.
I'm hip.
All right, so we move on unless anybody got any more questions.
You clear? No more questions?
I got one real quick. Just go ahead, Nikeshna. I can come back tomorrow.
I walked away. Did someone address this one in chat from YouTube?
I think that's what Omni just presented to us.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
All right. Protector, can you speak on the way you started out this all Nama Nibirians? Can you speak on the different bloodlines you got up here? All Mac Kingdom nationals, American state citizens. That goes back to
Well, that's from different degrees of coming through the Constitution and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so that's from, you know, when we left, when we sent the Constitution to the Vatican, had to sit for a year, all that to get approved and all that. Well, not approved, to see if they can overtake it, to suppress it, so that they could continue doing what they're doing. They couldn't. Well, inside of that, I'm doing two things. What were you saying now, Sijah?
just the different. I call them bloodlines that you had up here.
Yeah, inside.
Yeah.
Okay. Inside of that, you had to, you know, if you go back and look at the chief, and then he has certain nationality or clans now. You go back and look at the clan, they have certain ones. So when I came through and put all the bloodlines on in one banner, well, that's what we decided on under that banner. That makes sense to you?
Yes, that's clear.
All right. So what else you say on that question?
No, that was basically what I was asking. That's pretty cool.
You don't want me to give you no more?
You can if you would like to. American state citizens, I know that from the
That's
civil
what the Pope
office.
came.
Right.
Remember, in the Constitution, we had OMAC Kingdom nationals. So we had done checked. We done stepped up from Moors, Yamasee American natives, all the way up Native Americans. Then we got the OMAC Kingdom nationals. Then the Pope came and said in the civil order, said that the OMAC Kingdom nationals, Moors, Yamasee American natives, is classified as American state citizens.
Right.
So then you see me slash OMAC Kingdom National / American state citizen, because you classified as that status under the United States of America major. That makes sense to you.
That makes sense. And then us being of the original Moroccan Empire makes us Moroccan expatriates, right? So
But yeah, but under but you got your own jurisdiction to operate.
Copy that.
You feel me?
Copy that. Cool. All right, is that clear for everybody? Anybody got any other questions, comments?
Yeah, one. Well, go ahead.
Salam alaikum with magic, Abner Ray. Yes. Where you have pledge an oath to defend the organic imperial constitution for the imperial.
Well, you got that in there because you don't never want them to attempting to come at you like they doing out there on the market. Let's say you're a terrorist or this and that. You feel me?
Yeah.
So you put that in there to solve all of that from them ever even thinking it. You just stand to defend your Constitution and the Constitution of the land, which is what? The United States, or the Constitution for the United States of America, small u, USA, small u. That's the original Constitution. You feel me?
Yes.
So you stand to defend that Constitution, not the corporate Constitution. You're not a corporate citizen. See what I'm saying?
Yes. That was my question, son. You cleared it up great.
All right, cool.
Smooth.
Well, y'all getting down on that, right?
Definitely. You got any more?
We gotta get through it, dog. We got stuff we gotta do next month in August. We got a whole lot to do, you feel me? So we definitely gotta get this out of the way so they can see that y'all fully understand your mission of your state and the executive mission so that you can move on. You feel me?
That is clear. Moon, you had a question before Ab went?
No, Ab actually asked the question I was going to ask about the organic imperial constitution.
All right, cool. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. All right. Or unless somebody has anything else. All hearts and minds clear to move?
Clear.
Cool. The IROHEM, through sovereign authority, diplomacy, treaty, small t, space / treaty, capital T, treaties, and relationships to implement decisions with all world governments, United Nations, states, and sovereign states, administratively, both lawful and legal, withheld, protect our sovereignty, and protect our key interest in defending our values. This will also help the IROHEM to develop the mutual over the understanding we need to resolve differences and form terms of agreement so that we can combine our energies for the common good. The IROHEM, pursuant to the systematized and technical policies of the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, as stated above, shall provide the catalyst to construct, establish, strengthen, deepen, and broaden harmonious alliances. The IROHEM intentions are to build amity, commerce, and navigation with all world governments, United Nations states, and sovereign states. It shall be also, as stated above, the overarching objective for the contracts, constructive agreements of intent, Imperial Royal Trust, Nama Nasdarat Foundation, and the ECMYE-IRKR treaties of amity, commerce, and navigation to secure, acquire, and foster cooperation, mutually beneficial economic, cultural, and scientific relationships for the ECMYE-IRKR, in parentheses, in the broad sense of the words. The IROHEM henceforth have designated all sovereign authority for the United States of America, major, in parentheses, effective dates 4 March 1789, pursuant to and Republic form of government / president of the General National United States Government, in parentheses, Article 2, subsection 3, under the IROHEM, de jure - original sovereign territory. Also, in harmony with the tactical and systematized policy for the IROHEM, which moves, the cruise ship / ocean liner / aircraft carrier forward as a verified and accredited, properly formed and operational government of the Republic for the USA, small u, evolving with accompanying obligations, good faith performance, and treaties, small t, in harmony with the United States, United Nations, and United Nations Security Council, world governments, and sovereign states, which again will provide the catalyst to construct, establish, deepen, strengthen, and broaden harmonious alliances. The IROHEM henceforward, have also defined the United States of America, in parentheses, minor, as vassal states under the ECMYE-IRKR, quote, oldest independent, autonomous - autochthon nation on earth, end quote, pursuant to the aegis of the treaty, capital T, of Berne and Constitution of the Universal Postal Union, effective date 9 October 1874. Treaty, small t, of September 16, 1836, effective date 28 January 1837, quote, retroactive to 23 June 1786, end quote. The Constitution for the United States of America, small u, USA, small u, effective date 17 September 1787, Treaties of Utrecht, effective year 1713, and Charter of the United Nations, effective date 24 October 1945, assuring the highest diplomacy and implementation will be in the facilitation of the Imperial and Imperial - executive missions for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, droid. Any comments, questions, or concerns concerning that paragraph?
Scroll back up. Yes, I have a question. Where is this your original sovereign territory? And what's the difference between that and a de facto territory?
Say it again.
The de jure sovereign territory. What is the difference between a de jure sovereign territory as opposed to a de facto territory? What makes it
the jure mean you are absolute to the land or lodium title to the land. That's the jure. De facto is you, like I said, de facto. You hear me say, de facto King Charles, de facto Queen Elizabeth, de facto, because they haven't showed their true sovereignty. They've been riding the seat, but they have never been challenged. When David came along, he challenged the sovereignty, and they couldn't prove that they were true sovereigns of the land because they had took currency and turned it into a verb, which dissolved, unbeknown to them at that time when they did it. It dissolved their sovereignty because now they can't go back and prove they have sovereignty over the currency of the land. Because silver and gold is the sovereign of the land. So you put a verb on it. So they voluntarily use that word, cancel their own self out.
Wow.
So they couldn't never prove their sovereignty. So when I came through what I did with even back in 04 with the post office was sovereign of the land. So if they couldn't come and prove their sovereignty, well, you know, they're putting those everybody else out of the market. You feel me?
Sure.
So the David came and said, well, what's this out here that y'all got your own state or you co-signed it to your own state? And he was just left the board of governors. And he said, well, Khufu is the only one who can properly operate the state, not the clan, the state. Okay, he said because if you drop a pin, you can hear you call his name, you can drop a pin. Then he said, well, y'all know, y'all got 2 seats at the board of governors. I'm looking at y'all chairs right now. Your names is on front, but they just sitting there because they signed us in. Remember I tell you what they said back in, we were going through the court case. Well, once we won the court case, we got 2 seats up there. So that's part of us coming out at that level because I got to fill them positions. You feel me?
Right. So that's where
cool
that's where the juice and you, hereditatis, majestatis, and gladi, and all those titles come in that when it's pertaining to the jure form of government as opposed to de facto as well.
Say it again.
All right, so all the like juice and use, gladi, majestatis, hereditatis, all those titles, that's what the de jure side comes in as opposed to de facto as well.
Exactly. And then if you go look up, because you ain't gonna find them all in Black's Law Dictionary, you're gonna find some in the noble categories that they run overseas. Once you go look them up and find out the status, if you have people out here on the market who claim to be viziers, sheiks, sultans, bullshit, caliphs, all that more shit out there on the market, Sats Temple, whatever, they would have come and show that. You feel me?
Right. They're doing all that from a corporate standpoint with 501(c)(3)s and all that nonsense.
That's right.
They use those titles, ideologies.
They will come and show they got right to put them titles behind their title, their appellation, right? The problem you see with them is they can't even prove the appellation is real. It's real on Facebook. It's real, the club scene. You feel me? Because I don't have people leave here, okay? Going straight to hell. Because, you feel me? Because that's why I cursed them. Okay? I ain't got no problem with it. But they left here and you thought they was some Bay guy or some L guy or some day guy or some nigga out there pretending to be a Ray now. You feel me? On them savings bullshit. You feel me?
Right.
And them niggas dead. You don't know the nigga dead because they been running around saying they some Bay, some L, some Ali. And now the nigga dead and they buried his ass in that corporate name. And you don't know the nigga dead. You feel me?
Right.
And you find out 5 years later, you're like, oh, that nigga been dead that long? Good riddance, you feel me?
Yeah, the Walking Dead. They the Walking Dead.
The Walking Dead, you feel me? Exactly. See, crazy hell there.
Yeah. Them cats don't understand that an ideology means nothing without a venue. It means absolutely nothing without a venue.
That's right.
I got a quick question. Quick question, Protector. Can you speak to how you fulfill the law?
Oh, by succeeding doing what I did and getting it verified and authenticated, you have succeeded. You feel me? In everything that you did. You got it now?
Copy that. Got it. All right. Does anybody have any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Yeah, I have another one. Emperor, what is the difference between lawful, legal, and administrative? Because I see it up here inside the early part of the paragraph. So what are
at the United Nations Charter, you got to be able to operate. You're supposed to be able to the 45 going back 79 years ago, part of the apostille process and this and that, right? Okay. Well, only way you can have that status, like the world government or the United States is the world power, where they had to do what? They had to come and show that they're lawful, legal, and administratively. Okay. So under the birth rate contract, since you got with Britain, and they got jurisdiction over that, the IRS and the Social Security Administration, even though it's claimed to be docked under corporation, but it's owned by Britain. Okay. That situation. Then what was that? How we going somewhere? Where we at?
Lawful, legal, and administrative.
Oh yeah, that situation render that lawful status incomplete for the United States. They can only operate the contract going all the way back to the treaty they got with France, the Adams Owners Treaty, as legal and administratively. That's why they can only allow you to get apostille number 2, because they can't allow you to take them outside of the jurisdiction to a lawful jurisdiction. So because they're not lawfully running your contract, Pope told you that. They're administratively operating your contract.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have lawful authority to do nothing.
Right.
You legally give them permission through the UCC 3-419 by accommodation to operate your birth rate contract for you. And then you agree to be a good citizen, pay your taxes, go to work on time, and not bring all that fuss. That's your contract you agreed to. Now you see how many people out there violating the contract, right?
Right. So would it be safe to say that they are not a legal sovereign, but they are not a lawful sovereign state, but they're a legal?
No, they are a corporate. They are a corporation. You can go find them in You can go to Delaware and look them up in the Delaware structure. They register as a corporation. They're not registered as no damn sovereign.
Right. So
you can't come and get mad at them because they ain't registered that. That's right. You walking around giving them permission to operate like that, but they're not registered like that. So I say put it before you. Or I say put it right before you. You feel me?
Right.
Things that got you going, wow.
Gratitude.
Right over
there? I'm good. Gratitude. How are you? We have a question from the chat from Zahul. He asked, does the 13th district have borders like 1 through 11 has?
Say it again.
Does the 13th district have borders like 1 through 11 has? Zahul, you want to clarify that question?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum, Magic. The circuit districts that exist, there's 11 of them, and they all have like their sections. Like the Southeast, I think, is the 11th district. I'm not sure where the other ones lie. I was wondering, how does the 13th district would appear on a map?
Well, until we define it, it won't appear. See, what we did was you had 11 districts. Okay, so when I came through, rather, with the post office, not the post office case, with the case against Georgia for the lottery ticket I won. And when they found out I was tax exempt, they refused to pay me. So I took them to court to get paid in Tennessee. But the corporation didn't take them to court. The sovereign, Kufu Renew Z Samson L, took them to court in a foreign jurisdiction outside of their jurisdiction because I had authority to do so. Okay, once they came in and attempted to challenge what I did, the court ruled in my favor that they had to come to the jurisdiction where I would domicile, which is Tennessee, and Georgia couldn't do it, so they lost their sovereign. That's when they realized that they were more signatures and more people on the contract, and we had to actually state. So, damn, I went way down there. So what was he saying now?
About the 13 district borders.
Okay. So from that situation, when the judge answered, okay, the court answered, well, what happened is that they created a 12th district. Okay, that 12th district is where we go in, like we get ready to do in DC with the appeal court and chancery court and all that stuff. You got in our mission here that you're reading. That's when you're going in negotiating at the 12th district. So in other words, when we talk to the State Department, when we talk to any government official office inside DC on a personal level, outside of mailing communication through paperwork, it has to be met at the 12th district. Okay, so then the 13th district you form because you reestablished the Moorish Consular Court under your jurisdiction, and renamed it to the Imperial Moorish Yamasee Consular Court because of your territory over here and the way you're operating over here. So when they set it up, it will be overseeing all of the districts, because you only got 11 federal districts. And now you got the Superior District, which is 13, and we deal with them at the 12th district. That makes sense to you?
Yes, it does. Gratitude. Thank you.
Good question. What else you got?
No hands in the queue, no questions in the chat. YouTube moderators, are there any questions on YouTube? Have a hand up. Danny Peter Ray.
Assalamu alaikum, my Shawuf, Emperor. So that effectively keeps you from crossing venues, either the other from crossing venues by meeting at the 12th district court.
You can't afford to go into a foreign jurisdiction.
So that establishment keeps one or the other from going into either other's jurisdiction.
So you can't. There you go. You hit it right on here.
Okay. All right, I yield. Clear.
All right. Family, if we don't have no more questions, that has brought me to the end of my read. Thank you. Salam alaikum magic. And I will yield the floor to the next reader.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum with magic. Okay, Gabella Ray. I'll be your reader for today. All right.
My show.
Salam alaikum ma'ashavud.
Salam alaikum ma'ashavud. Nama usra.
All right, we're reading what? Come on.
Revise. Emperor's Directive. That's 0004 capital Z, small a, / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, USA, small u, :space, Part 1. Imperial Law. 1, : Imperial and Imperial sovereign powers for the absolute monarch, Emperor, in parentheses, Imperial Constitutional Monarch, and Executive Monarch, in parentheses, INRI, all cap, I Nagaru, Israel. I Naga rule is -Re -L. in parentheses, for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR via Emperor's Directive -0004 capital Z / Imperial Constitution of the Continental Mu'urish-Shamashi Empire - Imperial Royal Kingdom. Effective dates 4 April 2014 per 3 April 2013. Updated Friday 8 March 2024. Revised _ Emperor's Directive -0004 capital Z small a / Imperial Constitution for the Imperial Royal Kingdom, USA small u, : Part 1 Imperial Law 1, : Imperial and Imperial Sovereign Powers, : 1. The sovereign power to exercise imperial and imperial royal crown, quote, prerogatives, end quote. All right. Any questions on that, on one? Any questions on the first part?
Yes. So is what we're reading part of your delegation of authority, Emperor?
Say what now?
Is this a part of your delegation of authority that we're going into now?
Mark IRA, what you say?
Yes. Imperial law, the imperial and imperial sovereign powers. Yes. You're dealing with
say that question one more time.
Moderator.
I'm here.
Say that question one more time.
Yes. Is this a part of your delegation of authority, what we're reading now, what we're going to now?
This is, well, it is my, well, delegation of authority. This is not the delegation of authority. This is it is part of my delegation of authority, but this is constitutional authority that grants the constitutional powers here. Imperial sovereign powers, constitutional. So you got constitutional backed by gold powers, sovereign powers to operate. So to come in as a sovereign, like you are, imperial constitution monarch as you are, executive monarch as you are, and absolute monarch as you are, well, you have to give guidelines because you know, I can take powers all the way past the damn universe. You feel me? You know, so you have to set a structure so that you can delegate authority down to your, future nationals to operate the state. That makes sense to you. So yeah, this is a part of my delegation of authority, but it's constitutional powers that grants me the authority constitutionally to do and say and maneuver the way we've been moving the whole while. And I haven't even used very little of the authority. So that help you out with that, young brother?
Yes, it does. Gratitude. And your crew, you up? I thought he had his hands up. I have a question in the chat. It asks, does this mean that when a person calls out from work, whether sick or not, they are violating their contractual agreement? Now you're Adna, you want to bring clarity to that question as it pertains to what we're reading out?
Okay, well, you got to look at the contract they signed, okay? Because you can't just say that out that loud to me, because it depends on whatever company you got a contract with. Well, you agree to the contract. Well, if that company say, well, you can call in and do this and that, you got this many sick days, all that kind of stuff. Well, that's not not violating that birth certificate contract. You just the contract you agreed to contract with for them to pay you outside of in the back of your social security card. These are the rules that you agreed to abide by. So if you say you late and they ain't gonna call in, well, you got policies that they can use to eliminate you from the job. So they ain't got nothing to do with because you got a certain status. You can call in that violation of that. No, that's something you're dealing with on the contract that you agree to perform, when you go to work. Feel me? So you be mindful of the contract you sign, So that makes sense to you?
Gratitude, Emperor. Yes, it does.
Okay, cool.
All right, if I have another one for you. So for the listening audience who may not have an understanding of INRI, Nagaru Israel, can you briefly do a summary on what that means?
Say that again.
For the listening audience who may not have an understanding of INRI, Nagaru Israel, can you briefly do a summary of what that means?
Well, through my journey, certain things have appeared to me, and up to currently, I can say, while I was in the water today, since sure to bring that up, things appear to me what we can say. I just said the unknown. Okay. So one of them was that outside of the story of a guy named Jesus that they talked about in the Bible all the time, right? Where they tell you about the cup of crucifixion, they tell you about the Ark of the Covenant, they tell you about all that stuff that, you read the Bible. All y'all been through the Bible. All of you been to church. Whether you listen or not, that's to your own downfall. But I was listening back in the day. But anyway, so they gave you this great story. But part of that great story that very few knew, and the ones behind the scene knew, was that there was a piece that disappeared, and that the way they was attempting to dissolve Mary and Magdalene bloodline through the French monarchy, remember? Okay. All right. So once they was doing everything to get the control the bloodline, they knew the ones behind the scene in their court and all that, they knew that piece, when it appeared, would show who the real bloodline is. Who the real bloodline is. Well, that piece appeared to me unbeknown to all this. I'm just telling you. Because all that came after the fact, you feel me? So when that piece appeared, that's what the INRI come in at, because that officially attached me to the royal bloodline, or the Messiah, the Messiah bloodline that's talked about in the Bible. So all these images they got of Jesus and all that ain't nothing but fake, because you're looking at the bloodline right here. You're talking to me, because the cross is already came. And so then you seen the crown come. You seen the crown come. You seen the shackles open. You seen me open up the gates of hell. See, that's that bloodline. See, so that's where the INRI come in at, because I'm the official INRI. Because when I went over to the monastery in Rockdale County in Georgia, they got a monastery over there off 155, and so me and this sister named Monica used to walk the trail. They got that walk trail. So part of that trail, if you catch it in Rockdale, over there off of over there between Rockdale, DeKalb, and Henry County, be that. Well, you take that trail, take you over to the monastery. So we used to walk that way, and we over to the monastery one day. I went in, we shopped. They got different stuff that they sell, and that was the first time that I seen anything on the INRI. So I got me. I'm like, I've been searching for almost 2 years then, and nobody knew nothing. Just I niggeroo Israel, I nagaroo Israel, all this kind of stuff, right? So I'm walking into this place, this monastery, and I seen all these books talking about INRI. So, so I started talking to the Benedict boys, the Order of Benedict. So that's what runs all the monasteries around the world for the Vatican. They wear the white, the beige look really like white, beige. And they got a black cross, not a red one, for the cardinals wear. So, and the head of each monastery is considered an ambassador. Okay, so the young, well, I ain't gonna say young boys, but the older head that was in the store working, they advised me or guided me to go over and talk to a brother John. Shit, he dead now. He got to be. That nigga was 88 when I met him. And so I went over there, asked him about the Order of Benedict and all that. And they was talking about, because the seal on the INRI. So he was telling me about the order and everything about Benedict. He was never a pope or anything. Is after the going back to the Nicene Council, there was warriors out. So there was a war going on called the barbarians, and they was bringing in a new conception of Christ. Okay, so Benedict stepped on the scene, and he was basically doing the job what a pope can do, but behind the scene. So they came in to recognize. So that's why he got the Order of Benedict. Okay, so he told me that in the process of them being able to run the INRI as a Catholic church, they was given permission to run the cross with INRI on it without the wings. So I said, what you mean? Like y'all gonna ask me, what you mean by the wings? He said, well, you see the cross, you see the symbol in the middle. He said, but between each corner, you got wings. So I pulled mine out behind my neck, and I said, you talking about something like this? And he said, his eyes got so damn big, Monica still crack up to this day about it. But he looked at me like, only the master can wear that one. And I said, well, you talking about this one? He said, that's what the master can wear. So I said, well, I must be the master. So he says, well, he was shocked that he didn't even see it. And so he said he would, if I didn't mind, he wanted me to meet the ambassador of the monastery. I said, nah, I'll pass on it right now, buddy. I said, nah, I ain't got time to be going to the Vatican right now. And so, so that's where the INRI came with that on my title with the cross. So in us calling it I-Nagaru Israel, because Rockdale County again, passing through back in the day, stopped at a convenience store right there off of the horse farm exit. And you go down to the first light, and I think it's that Shell station right there, where some Ethiopian people was working in there during the time that I was passing through. And Hiker was young at the time. So the princess, and she was playing, I'm driving, putting her letting her drive and all that. And she somewhere pulled the cross out because I was told to keep it hid because people attempt to kill you over it. And so I hid it behind my thing, and she had pulled it out. So when I walked in the store to get something, it was hanging out, but I had my nationality badge on too. And so when I got there he was sitting there attempting to, rap to a sister, and he was going in. Then all of a sudden he just cut her off and said, and turned to me. So I thought he seen my nationality, and I was like, oh shit, here we go. So the sister walked out. She was all mad, and he turned to me. He said, salam alaikum, brother. And I said, you know me. I was like, salam alaikum, how you be? He's like, what? Where you hail from? And I said, I hail from my mama. He started laughing, and I'm looking at him. I'm like, where else I'm gonna hail from? So then he said, well, what about that piece? And I'm like, I'm thinking about nationality. So I said, what piece? And I looked down at my nationality, and I said, oh, he said, no, the piece up here. And I seen it, and I said, oh, you ain't supposed to see that. So I put it back in, and then I said, why you ask me a question? He's like, because that piece originally from Ethiopia. He said, and that piece you got is the one that the Coptic the Coptic Pope were. And the Order of the Covenant, who protects the Order of the Covenant, this is what they were. So he looked at me like, I said, well, I don't know all that you're talking about right now, but it appeared over here to me. So if the Coptic, and he had just died too, then y'all go back and check the record a couple months before. So I said, okay, then, so who wearing it now? He looked at me like, oh, I don't know, brother, but if you can give me your number, I got to call over there and let my people know that it's in America. The Messiah is in America walking. And he said, man, what a journey. I said, well, that's what you say. I ain't got on it yet. He said, well, when you get on it, what a journey. So, so I'm coming upon that now. So that answered the question once and for all for the INRI, right?
That'd be gratitude.
We
a
good
journey.
now?
Gratitude.
No problem. How you? Y'all good?
Wow, I'm just forward. Impressive. Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Say it again.
I just said impressive. I haven't heard the entire, but you just gave it right there.
Yeah, that's why I put it on out there so y'all know. We got to move forward. All right, what you got? Come on. I yield.
All right.
Yeah, no question. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead. Any other questions?
The chat room is clear. The queue is clear. And YouTube is clear. The floor is yours, Reedy.
Right. 2, the sovereign power to exercise plenary civil power upon the land, USA, SMYE, via the organic American states of the Union known as the United States of America, in parentheses, major, in parentheses, space, territorial sovereignty, supreme, small s authority, due, full faith and credit, dominion, equity, control, venue, allodium, estate rights, and treaty rights. All right, 3, the sovereign power to ordain imperial and imperial laws, imperial and imperial rights, and call elections in His Majesty's name. 4, the sovereign power to ordain and decree imperial and imperial laws for His Imperial Majesty's royal post. All right, 5, sovereign power to ordain imperial laws for the Imperial Royal House of Samsonel, Samhu Re. 6, the sovereign power to ordain imperial laws for the Imperial Royal House of Tunica, Thunderfire. 7, the sovereign power to decree imperial laws and enforce inherit-royal privileges via, quote, yeah, per di Washita, quote, septon, end quote, a little tank, quote, da from day, Marquis de Misson Rouge, quote, heir to the throne, end quote. For the, quote, Leroy Dauphin of France, end quote. Appearing as His Imperial Majesty, space, King Louis the 20th, for the Imperial Royal Crown of France, space. The Bourbons, in parentheses, Kingdom of France, in parentheses, and the Bonaparte, in parentheses, Empire of France, in parentheses. 8, the sovereign power to ordain and decree imperial rights and enforce inherit-royal privileges for the royal bloodline, in parentheses, Puk Kucheku, in parentheses, space. The Bourbon estate, quote, non pro tonque, to displace Prince Royal of France, Louis Charles, in parentheses, Louis the 18th, Louis the 17th, in parentheses, via the de Maison Rouge, Imperial Spanish land grants of 1762, 1763, 1795, and 1800 plus, and the Spanish land grants of Monroe, Louisiana, USA, small u/USA, all cap, end quote. 9. The sovereign power to ordain and decree imperial rights and enforce inherit-royal privileges for the Washita/Turner-Tunica-Thunderfire, MERS, sovereignty, and imperial allodium estate, space, throne, quote, non-pro-tonque to imperial empress, Saint Sayer El Ayamaria, in parentheses, sovereign, Washita, Murish, Marchionnaise, de Masson Rouge, in parentheses, end quote, via the Imperial Crown all cap Prince Office, in parentheses, chair, in parentheses, for the, in parentheses, sovereign state, in parentheses, Amaru, Washita MERS, de Dogdamania, for the autochthon-autonomous Imperial Washita Nation, for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic. 10. The sovereign power to ordain imperial and imperial royal banners, imperial and imperial royal houses, imperial and imperial royal kingdom flags, and imperial and imperial royal kingdom seals. 11. The sovereign power to dissolve imperial and imperial royal banners, imperial and imperial royal houses, imperial and imperial royal kingdom flags, and imperial and imperial royal kingdom seals. 12. The sovereign power to ordain the, quote, quantum-language-doctrine, space, for the Imperial CMYE Supreme Court. Any question from 212 of this page?
Number 7, I have a question from YouTube that's a resonant segue to number 7. So the question is a statement that leads up to a question. This is from Deranki. He says, yesterday, the French President Macron warned about a possible civil war occurring in France if the election results there are not, quote unquote, right. This is similar to the original French Revolution, which toppled the French monarchy. Can his statement be a prelude to a process that reinstates the French monarchy, especially as you assume your seat as Louis the 20th?
Well, that's all gonna be seen as I appear. And they set certain treaties and stuff on our houses. And then they have to let the people know that's under their jurisdiction. But all that's happening behind the scene because they already know, France know, everybody know about your status, about your Washington status, about you. Like I said before, it's already at the UN Security Council level where they recognize you as, as His Majesty. And what they say, the indigenous government of the Americas. So they're saying not just America, they're saying indigenous of the America. That's North and South America, including Canada. But that's where your land goes. Right. So whatever they're working out behind the scenes and how France is taking it, of course they mad because they done lied for 200 years that Louis the 17th died in jail. You feel me? So of course they're gonna be mad, but there's nothing they can do because you come into your seat. So whatever they got going on, Marone and all them, it's just, it's just things that's going to happen, whether they like it or not, because you got the title. It's just you come into your seat. Russia, China, all of them will be a part of it because they all got status they claiming that they don't have no more. So that makes sense to everybody, right? We good?
Can I add to it? Can I add to it? The fact that he's an emperor, and so when you look at the territory that's under his claim, or his venue and his jurisdiction. You got the Americas, you got the Bourbon Estates, you got the Amawu, Washita, the Manya, you got the uh, Habsburg Estates as well, right? So when you think of that, when you think about those lands, some of them do have monarchs, right? But an emperor, just the title, and what makes him different, he's not just the emperor of the Americas, right? He is emperor of the world. When you think about, again, going back to what's under his jurisdiction as of now, all those lands, you feel me? That's emperor of the world, and that's true to what an emperor is. An emperor is the king of kings, lord of lords. Feel me? That's what the emperor is. So I yield with that.
Well, you got him rolling now, boy.
Hey, it was a good question you brought up. It took me there.
I got you. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
So in other words, the contract with Earth is made, huh?
Well, you contract with, yeah, because you got to get a contract with Earth first.
Right.
That's the same thing that Anunnaki did. That same thing that Anunnaki did when they got here. That's what you see when I say all the stories they give you about Anunnaki, Doc, Chief Black Eagle wrote stories and all that. Zachariah Sitchin wrote stories and all this and that, but they ain't really going back to tell you as the Bureau and Incan was coming in on the ships. They Anu sent a vizier to Earth to get permission from Tiamat to come in and do what they said they would do. That's why you see all the land that Tiamat gave to the Anunnaki is all the land up north I just told you about with Russia, China. That's why I say if you go back to the old map, you see a Muru. You feel me? So
right.
that's gonna wake everybody up, right?
Absolutely. Well, I went there, thought about the Anunnaki. That's what came to mind.
Can you explain that protector that Anu sent the vizier to Tiamat and got that
I can't hear
contract?
you. You're low.
I'm sorry. I said, can you explain that a little bit more when you said they sent
Oh
the
well,
vizier?
one of the ancient names of Earth was called Tiamat.
Right.
Okay, so before when the Nibiru was coming in, Nibiru is a live planet, a live entity. It has all 4 cycles in it: sun cycle, winter, spring, everything. And I know everybody talking about this 2 to 4 times the size of Earth, this and that. Well, that's what they want you to believe. But our teachings is 4 times the size of Jupiter. So 3 to 4 times the size of Jupiter, not 3 to 4 times the size of Earth. They come planet that big because their imagination can't even go that damn big. For a ship, for a planet to be that damn big. That's why it can't come no past, it can't come no closer to Mars because of the gravitation pull and the tear completely up.
Yeah.
The flood came behind that. So Lil knew about the flood and knew the ship was coming in and knew what it was going to do to the cycles and the shifting of the earth. So, when Nibiru coming in, well, Tiamat is a live planet and she had birthed other planets, Lamu, Mars, all of them. And they was raising chaotic waters throughout this cycle we call the 10 planet cycle we in right now. Okay. Then so as Nibiru was approaching, it came by Lady Gaga as it coming in. Remember, they coming in, and the other planets, Uranus and all them, asked what type of visitor was entering that had the power or that access to go outside of the solar system, as they was trapped. Okay, so and they gave them gave Nibiru all the orders and everything that was going on, and asked them would he choose to fight their mother Tiamat because she was about to destroy them because she had created the princesses. One was the moon, they call it Luna, and the rest of them got destroyed after Nibiru won, and they kept the moon here to keep balance, to keep the earth balanced. But as Nibiru approached, she was given the calculation that you see now. They say in a system coming in, and you got Nibiru in the system, and they got 6 other planets, I believe. Okay, but them planets came from gifts that Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus gave Nibiru to help fight Tiamat. And as they came in the war fault, Nibiru defeated Tiamat and created an astral belt, they call, and took a portion of Tiamat to a portion of the world that nobody knows because of the gold that's on it, because that's the blood of Earth, Tiamat. And then they formed this piece, Earth you call today, back together, and said that one day they will, this last turn here, as they coming in, they had to redo the Earth, update the Earth, what they're talking about, the change coming in, so that now they can leave and get outside of this 3,600 year cycle that they trapped themselves in from that situation that went on with Tiamat that happened millions of years ago, and the war between Tiamat and Nibiru. And then Nibiru came in and straightened up the planets, where you see in this cycle they in now. And then they went back off into their journey, returning every 36,000 years. But you know something that's very interesting? They never lost communication because they was able to talk to Nibiru or Anu at all times to this day, even if they 36,000 years away. You feel me? So they'll show you the communication that's going on. So that's the story on Tiamat. I can go deep into it if you want me to, but I ain't no need of it.
All right.
Okay?
I appreciate that.
Can I help you out?
That's what created the hammer bracelet, huh? That's that hammer bracelet.
What created what?
The hammer bracelet. That's got to be it. The asteroid belt we spoke about.
Oh yeah, that's what that created asteroid belt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Nah, it makes sense. I'm putting some more.
All right, so you got say what with it?
I'm piecing more of it together. I mean, I'm into that Anunnaki story like that. So it's very deep and it's very interesting. So it's on point. And you live in it. You direct descendant. That's why I brought the question up, actually. How you?
Have a hand up in the queue. Now you're in the chest to MRA. You got the floor.
Emperor, going by what you just said, you said something that raised my eyebrows. If this planet, that two things really, you're saying that all these planets are alive, that you're talking about they gave Nibiru gifts. That was one thing. The other thing was you're saying that after the war, a piece of the earth was moved to someplace else and the earth was pieced back together. First thing came to my mind is all this, the scientists here on this plane speak of the tectonic plates, the continental plates. Is that what you're saying? That when they piece it back together, that's why we have these earthquakes and such, because of the whatever.
Yeah, because the way they had to piece it back together, but they also left 2 shams here, which you don't see. I actually seen one other year when that astro was coming in. They said we're coming too close, and then you got to put your phone on mute if you're talking now because can't be talking twice. So what was I at?
Nibiru coming in.
Speaking on the sham that protected the earth from the comet.
Oh yeah, they left 2 here on the north. You got 2 openings. You got North Pole open, South Pole open, and they got 2 shams that control the earth to make sure it don't fall out of zinc. You just seen one other year when that astro was coming in, and you seen that ship come out and put a beam and make the astro to protect the earth. That's one of the shams that the Nibiru left. And you was able to see it live on TV, right? To keep the earth until they can get back and fix it like they're doing. This is the last turn.
I remember that. Yeah. I yield. That was interesting. It definitely caught my attention. I yield. Gratitude.
in fact, that damage by Nibiru from Tiamat, isn't that what threw off the system, Emperor, when it wobbled and the Earth started kind of wobbling sideways a little bit?
Yes, it had to. Why it turned, so that's why it turned the way it is. But remember when they crashed into the Nibiru, when they first started the war, there was Maldikians that were living under the water. And they sent shams out to attack the Nibiru, and they got caught in the pool. And one of them hit the Grand Canyon. What the other hit, y'all? But you see the warrior ship of the Anunnaki, because the Maldikians was complaining that they destroyed their base under the water. And the Anunnaki didn't give a damn because they had to save their ship. So they turned them into scouts. So you see the American government now talking about different aliens, them scouts that was commissioned by the Anunnaki as scouts to work for them. If that makes sense to you.
It
Right.
does.
Those are the Greys.
When he call them Greys or whatever, we call them Maldikians. But that's cool. They help you out.
Indeed. I yield.
Man, why y'all didn't tell me it was 9:30?
Time fly, we having fun, right?
Are we on page 12? Okay. All right, let's kick it. All right, let's get these laws out of the way before we say anything else. All right, let's get these out of the way. Come on.
All right. 13. Sovereign power to ordain and decree. Supreme, small s, authority, territorial sovereignty, imperial estate rights, full faith and credit, Westphalian sovereignty, small s, imperial constitutional rights, inherit-imperial white privileges, and treaty, small t, / capital T, treaty privileges of the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. Quote, Nunc pro tunc to Emperor's Directive, -0003, capital Z, / notice of apostille, notification of diplomatic arrival, act of state, effective date 9 April 2009 to CMYE /1-135, capital Z, effective date 18 July 2007 to NAMA claim of the claim of life, effective date 4 March 2004, RR, all cap 846-573-735, US, all cap 2, Treaty, small t, of September 16, 1836, effective date 28 January 1837, via the Marrakech Treaty, capital T, of peace and friendship, with His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco, effective date 23 June 1786, end quote. 14. The sovereign power to choose the Imperial Minister of Foreign Affairs, Imperial and Imperial Ambassadors, Imperial and Imperial Councils, Imperial CMYE Supreme, small s, Court Justices, and Imperial and Imperial Justices. 15. The sovereign power to dismiss the Imperial Minister of Foreign Affairs, Imperial and Imperial Ambassadors, Imperial and Imperial Consuls, Imperial CMYE Supreme, small s, Court Justices, and Imperial and Imperial Justices. 16. The sovereign power to ordain the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council. 17. The sovereign power to dissolve the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council and elect new nominationals to the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council. 18. The power to issue proclamations with the consent of the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council. 19. The power to refuse proclamations passed by the Imperial Indigenous Matriarchal Council. 20. The sovereign power to ordain and decree the Imperial CMYE government for the Republic, USA, small u. 21. Sovereign power to dissolve the Imperial CMYE government for the Republic, USA, small u. 22. The sovereign power to choose the Imperial Chancellor and ICMYEG Executive Council National. 23. The sovereign power to dismiss an Imperial Chancellor and ICMYEG Executive Council National. 24. The sovereign power to ordain and decree the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. 25. The sovereign power to dissolve the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. 26. The sovereign power to choose the Archduke or Archduchess and AWMDD Executive Council National. AWMDD Amaru, Washita Moro, Dedagdamaunya. 27. The sovereign power to dismiss an Archduke or Archduchess and AWMDD Executive Council National. 28. The sovereign power to choose the Grand Duke or Grand Duchess and HIMRP Executive Council National. HIMRP, His Imperial Majesty Royal Post. 29. The sovereign power to dismiss a Grand Duke or Grand Duchess and all cap HIMRP, His Imperial Majesty Royal Post Executive Council National. 30. The sovereign power to ordain the Imperial and Imperial Continental Congress. Any questions on this page?
Well, you might want to go up there and talk about the sovereign power for the Duke, them other states that people don't understand. That's under our government. So under the authority, we created a Grand Duke because there can't be no more empress. Is that she my wife? You feel me? No mind.
There's actually a question too.
Okay, what you got?
The one, the question: what is the role of an Archduke, Duke, or Duchess?
Heads of state. Head of state for the Mirror Watchtower Moor, they done the money, sovereign state. And head of state for what, y'all? His Imperial Majesty Royal Post, sovereign state, and what else? Imperial CMYE go for the public, right?
That's correct, Emperor.
So you can't be no more empress. So why? It's a sovereign state now. See how they moved on?
Yes.
You got people that's claiming they're empress. I'm like, okay, where you been yet then, right?
Right.
The only thing they can show you is what? Corporation status, right?
That's correct.
You have a conversation with them, want to cuss you out like you don't know what you're doing, right?
All right.
And then they ask what they ask. What's the apostille?
Right.
If you're a sovereign, you should know, right?
Know what an apostille is.
But he said he was a king. Whatever. All right, come on, let's go.
All right, 31. The sovereign power to dissolve the Imperial and Imperial Continental Congress and call new elections. 32. The sovereign power to refuse legislation passed by the Imperial and Imperial Continental Congress. 33. The sovereign power to issue proclamations in harmony with or without the consent of the Imperial and Imperial Continental Congress. 34. The sovereign power to command the militia. 35. The sovereign power to command the Imperial Indigenous Marshals, Imperial Guardians, Imperial Judicial Marshals, Imperial Regional Marshals, and Imperial Community Marshals. 36. The sovereign power to oversee the Imperial and Imperial Royal Purses via the NAMA, Imperial and Imperial Financial Enterprise, i.e., the Imperial Royal Mint, Imperial CMYE Treasury, NAMA International Central Bank, NAMA Global Bank, and Imperial BINU Global Financial Institution. 37. The sovereign power to assess, read, and enforce top secret, secret, and confidential Imperial and Imperial governmental documents and intelligence reports of the past, present, and future of all NAMA/ALMAC Kingdom National American State Citizen / Moroccan American ancestors. 38. The sovereign power to advise and warn. 39. The sovereign power to pardon convicted criminals. 40. The sovereign power to grant and bestow titles. Enforce and exercise all his sovereign powers and delegate with authority some of his powers. Any question from 40 on up?
Salam alaikum with magic. Go cool with you, James.
Salam alaikum.
Just based on what I'm hearing, that's a lot of power delegated throughout this thing here. Just a comment, just an observation, man. This is really something to behold here and to grow into.
Oh yeah.
So you saying I'm handling it? You saying I'm handling it pretty good?
I think you are, Emperor. I agree. You are handling it very well. But there's more to grow. I mean, all of this. I mean, you got 3 crowns you got to grow into. So I mean, this is it's gonna be a minute, bro.
I know. I'm waiting on y'all. We getting there, right?
We getting there. A son, wild son.
Everybody else cool?
So,
Yes, sir.
Indeed, Emperor.
Doing well, Emperor.
So no question on the Continental Congress? That should be one for you.
That's it. The Continental, they're still in not in power, but they still exist as a body, correct?
Well, you remember I did another thing, remember? What was the other thing I did? Everybody talking about the Continental Congress, this and that. You got a Congress up there, the United States, claiming they got authority and everything else. You got to put your fight on mute. You want me to talk? All right, if you want me to talk, you can't talk when I talk. You ask me questions. I don't say how you talking behind the scene if you're listening. But anyway, Congress approved, saying that they the Congress of the, you know, the right, or they call what they call the, they got the checkbook for the corporation, and they run it as an oligarch, and y'all vote them in office, and all of it is fraud based on what the Pope said and what you know now. All right. Well, if they still exist as an oligarch, that make the Continental Congress got to exist, because without the Continental Congress, the treaty wouldn't be no more good. You feel me? Because the treaty was signed on the Union States Society of America and Morocco, not the United States. Let's get that straight. The United States didn't exist when they signed the treaty. The United States of America exists as a corporation in England through Benjamin Franklin, but the United States of America didn't exist on this land. It was a corporation. That's why they just flipped. George Washington was the 10th president of that corporation that Benjamin Franklin created. Only thing they did was switch the Constitution under that corporation. That's why you got corporations controlling your Constitution. The banks and everybody else to this day control your Constitution, don't they? Okay? Makes sense to you now, right?
Yes.
Do.
All right. So where we at? What was that question going at? What was that question? What was the rest of it? Y'all gonna leave me hanging?
That was the statement. Yeah, the question was pretty much like, are they still in place now because of the Congress?
Okay. Well, with the Congress, it still existed where? Behind the scenes, like we are. But y'all seen me do something last year, and y'all seen how they had to chase the mail truck down to sign it in, because what? Continental Congress still exists under us, because I reestablished to open up the doors with a mailing I did last year. Y'all remember?
To the mayor.
And the mayor of Philly had to sign for it. Why? Because the United States made them sign for it. First they said they denied it, and then they caught the mail truck before it got to DC and brought it back up there and signed it in. Why? Because the Continental Congress has to exist, and I have authority over that Continental Congress. And y'all seen that manifest. So now y'all know it was real, right?
Right.
Yep.
Now you know it's a fact. It ain't a thing no more. It's a fact now, because it's under your jurisdiction. And so under your Constitution, that's previous all the way back to 13. The Continental Congress existed all back then. Okay, so now under the Constitution, where you let them know that inside of that, for you to operate this treaty and everything with Treaty of Peace and Friendship and the Treaty of September 16, all that, the Continental Congress is under your venue now. And y'all seen it manifest, right?
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
All right, so I yielded, right?
Gratitude.
I think they answered your question for this Continental Congress, right?
It did. Gratitude.
All right, cool.
All right, all cap H.E.M. Space via IROHEM all cap and ECMYE-IRKR as it pertains to the Imperial and Imperial executive missions for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR. Henceforward, its authority to the Imperial Indigenous Marshal in parentheses IIM in parentheses and Imperial Guardians in parentheses IG in parentheses _ and herewith charge _ as interim NAMA 5-star general for the IIM Imperial Indigenous Marshal _ General Brown of the GAR all cap under the guidance of the Joint Chief of Staffs and their successors, U.S. Marshal Service, Domestic Police Forces, the Provost Marshal, and their successors, and with their full support _ to assist and work with the IRO-HEM, all cap, space, for the enforcement, implementation, and restoration of all cap, imperial and imperial-supreme, small s, sovereign authority rights, imperial and imperial-constitutional rights, imperial and imperial, sovereign, small s, land rights, jurisdictional immunities of the state, full faith and sovereign, small s, gold-credit rights, imperial and imperial treaty, small t, / capital T, treaty rights, foreign sovereign immunities and diplomatic immunities, to loyally and faithfully carry out, conduct, and execute the duties and performances required of the IRO-HEM as it pertains to all cap matters relating to the IRO-HEM and ECMYE-IRKR, internal, local, and international affairs for the Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown executive powers in accordance with the United Nations Convention on Jurisdictional Immunities of States and Their Property. Effective date 2 December 2004, semicolon. The Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, effective date 27 January 1980. The Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, in parentheses, VCDR, okay, in parentheses, effective date 24 April 1964. Space, Article 10, Section 1A, B, C, and D. VCDR, space, Articles 13, Section 1 and 2. And VCDR, all caps, space, Article 14, Section 1A, B, C, and 2, semicolon. The Vienna Convention on Consular Relations, effective date 19 March 1967, semicolon. And the Vienna Convention de l'IIEHU, effective date 5 October 1961, in harmony with and pursuant to privileges and immunities of mission of non-party to Vienna Convention via the laws of the United States / Bill of Rights 1-7, and the Law of Nations and Family of Nations, in parentheses, Art 1, Section 8, Clause 10, in parentheses, effective dates for March 2004, in parentheses, CL, claim of life, in parentheses, 11 February 2004, in parentheses, USASD, in parentheses, via 20 June 2003, in parentheses, GA, all cap, in parentheses. Any question, comments, or concern from the paragraph on previous page and this short paragraph?
Remember the Emperor said just read through it until the end?
Okay, come on. Gratitude. All right.
Yeah.
The Him period. Someone say something? Okay.
No, he been silenced.
The Imperial Royal House of Tunica Thunderfire and the Imperial Royal House of Samson Samhu Re via his Royal Highness Emperor Samhu Re quote Adeloyi end quote has a very ancient history / our story through our blood, bones, and heart, well known to all. Semicolon, from the master fire deity and of 579,999,999, immortal fire deity for all cap, Samhu, admitted-array, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. The Yamashi, American Native, in parentheses, Yamasee, MERS, in parentheses. The MERS, parentheses, Washita MERS, in parentheses, and the Moors of Al-Maghrib, Al-Aqsa, for the ancient empire, Morocco / Amexem, parentheses, Moroccan Moors, and Nubian Moors - Moors, in parentheses, on down to the present day, Nama, national, for centuries, small national, small n, for centuries, as now and in modern time, we Namas have always worked to help improve the meaning and objectives of life on Mother-Earth Ta for all populations without distinction, nationality, culture, and / or faith. In parentheses, also in the broad sense of the word, in parentheses, etc. In comparison to other republic states, the de jure / IROHEM, all cap, and de jure / ECMYE-IRKR. Of course, the newest of the world's the newest to the world stage in sovereign republic governance and diplomacy. A small partner, however, has a vast experience with the OCAP H.E.M. Samhu, admitted-array, quote, Adeloyi, end quote. Note, _ revised - Emperor's Directive -000 capital Z small a / ECIRK, all cap, Part 3, Imperial Law 11, Section 2, A, for the knowing by all the non-national, small n, for the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States - small s, USA, small u, in parentheses, ECMYE-IRKR, all cap, in parentheses, existing _ as an absolute monarchy, imperial constitutional monarchy, and executive monarchy. That the ECMYE-IRKR is not, all cap, _ a communist, order, church, masjid, synagogue, or any other religious intuition, club, democracy, organization, socialist, or religious, in parentheses, Christianism, Islamism, Judaism, Egyptianism, or Mohammedism, any of them isn't, in parentheses, cult, etc., 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 3 times, exclamation point. In parentheses, updated for the Imperial and Imperial - executive mission -ERN, all cap, / IMYRS -2024 -00000002, dated 8 March 2024, in parentheses. Wherefore, the right to act / perform comes with the responsibility to act / perform, whatever I / I, all cap H.E.M. Samhu, admitted-array, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, creates shall never be altered, exclamation point. The decree of my lips shall never be revoked and never change, exclamation point. When a light / fire bearer with divine supreme, small s, knowledge and wisdom is present, faith is not necessary, exclamation point. There is but one national, small n, in his inherit - country, USA, small u, _ with Imperial and Imperial - full faith and sovereign, small s, gold - credit rights, supreme, small s, authority, dominion, Imperial and Imperial - constitutional rights, and treaty, small t / all cap, treaties, small t / capital T, treaty rights. to ordain and declare active and in quote, force, underscore, the Imperial and Imperial executive missions of the IROHEM or CAP and ECMYE-IRKR for the Imperial and Imperial Royal Bloodline and all nominationals, small n. Footnote 4. Footnote 4. Nominationals are, quote, Nibirians / Al Moroccans - Muurish Yamashi American Native - Amaru Yuakshektan / Washo - Washita - Washita Mers Didogdamania / Moroccan - Americans are indigenous, autonomous, woman souls / 3-time man souls, Niberians, Anunnaki, Ilu, Normal, Damadash Riat / ancient Egyptian with the I, She, Olmec, Yamashi, Amaru, Washita - Washita, Mers, Didogdamania, in parentheses, mound builders, in parentheses, Black A Moors / Black A Mers, Irish Mur Moor Moorish American Al Moroccan, original Cherokee, Creek, ancient Moabites, Chickasaw, Shikora, Inca, Seminole, Shoshone, Haudenosaunee, Mayan, Lemurian, and Atlantean ascendants. End quote. Colon, space, smiley face. Right. Go back. Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Write it down. Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. What are you doing? Go back up. Go back up. Go back up. Go back down. Yeah. Keep going up. Right here. Hold on. Hold on. Right there at the bottom. And all nominational natural peoples and resources in its dominions. Each exclamation point 3 times. Smiley face. May this Imperial and Imperial executive mission for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, all cap, find the United States, the United Nations, and United Nations Security Council, sovereign states, world citizens, and non-national, small n, on earth in great spirits. Huvarshta, in parentheses, good deed. Humata, in parentheses, good thoughts. Hukta, in parentheses, good word. And peace. Salam, in parentheses, semicolon. Also underscore that we, the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, and underscore his royal highness, colon space, emperor, colon space, Sam Hu, and mini Ray, quote, Adelo Yi, end quote, enjoy excellent bilateral relations and prosperity. Ashe, so be it, so it is, it definitely shall be, quote, Zen Uru, and power we shall have, end quote, semicolon, thank you. Parentheses, know thyself, in parentheses, eesh, exclamation point 3 times, smiley face, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown. The Imperial and Imperial executive mission for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, all cap, dated 8 March 2024, was decreed underscore into Imperial and Imperial law, signed and sealed at an Imperial Royal Office for His Imperial Majesty, Executive Department of the ECMYE-IRKR for the country of United States States, small s, quote, in parentheses, the oldest independent autonomous autochthon nation on earth, in parentheses, smiley face. So be it decreed, underscore, on the territorial sovereign, small s, soil, underscore, of Amexem, ancient land of Waxahchon, Didogdamania, / ECMYE-IRKR, dated, :space, March 2024, smiley face, Imperial and Imperial Royal Crown. In witness whereof, I, the great, noble, and absolute royal sovereign emperor, : all cap, H.E.M. : Sam Hu, admini Re, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, have signed this Imperial and Imperial executive missions of the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, and have affixed hereto, underscore, my official Imperial and Imperial royal autograph, / space, signature, and royal seals. Respectfully, and until then, as I remain, all cap, H.E.M. : Emperor, : Sam Hu, admini Re, quote, Adeloyi, end quote, : smiley face. You got it in the Latin, and you got it in the Yamashi, and you got it in the hieroglyph. Yeesh. Right? This customized Imperial and Imperial executive missions for the IROHEM and ECMYE-IRKR, and customized declaration of service is active and in quote force via all cap .m. Sam Hu, admini Re's royal autograph, / space, signature, and publishing on ECMYE-IRKR gov website, underscore, semicolon, Imperial and Imperial executive missions, Imperial reference number, in parentheses, ERN, in parentheses, : space, IMYRS, all cap, 2023-00000001, and underscore, Imperial and Imperial executive missions, all cap, ERN, / IMYRS -2024 -00000002, or for mailing Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic attention, : space, all cap, H.E.M. : Sam Hu, admini Re, C/O, care of IROHEM, 2107 North Decatur Road, Suite 513, Decatur, Georgia, 30033-5303, USA, all caps, semicolon, or you can visit us at : space, www.cmyeimperialgov.us, or email us at imyrs@cmyeimperialgov.us. All right. All right. Sealed with the great, His Imperial Majesty Great Seal.
Which one you at?
The first one.
Oh, that's the That's the Imperial CMYE. That's the Continental Moorish Yamasi Empire. You know that. That's the Imperial CMYE government for the public Great Seal. Then you got the coat of arms. Then you got the royal Imperial Royal Crown, which represent the absolute position, which is the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic now, which we got rid of the Imperial Moorish Moroccan Maxim. Now that's on that crown now. And then you got the D. Masson Rouge coat of arms, which I took over. You go back to the decoration. So that's the D. Masson Rouge coat of arms, King Louis XX. And then you got His Imperial Majesty Royal Post, Sovereign Seal. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So any questions on that? Y'all like the way I ended that?
Mm-hmm. That's powerful.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
So you got to see, when you got that kind of thought, you got to write like it, right?
Right.
All right. So where we at now? We get through this tonight?
Got through it.
Yeah, we did. Completed a read.
Finally. 3 months coming.
Yeah.
Took
You
3
got a
months.
whole lot in there. You got a whole lot in there you didn't even see tonight. You heard it, but you got a whole lot to go on this, right?
Exactly.
Time to move this ship now, right?
Spotted a few.
That it is. Yes, it is.
All right. Any questions for me before we shut this thing down?
You.
Appreciate you, boss. Sorry, Ray.
There are no questions, Emperor.
There's no question. I imagine not this time of night, right? All right. Now we straight. So let's make sure everybody's straight. Okay, you got the 16. So now we can move forward with our mission that we're working on for next month, August, and all that. So now we got this out of the way. We can go forward now, right?
That's right. Right.
We got the 135 in the sky taken care of. We got recommission, re-dash commission of the 48 star flag. And the reason why I say it's re-dash commission, because they never decommissioned the flag. So we re-dash commission the flag. Okay. So that's official. And then you got the 79th Earth Day peace bill with the master teacher, some call former chief. Okay. That's his Earth Day today. So I told you I was in I give you this much, man. I'm tell y'all like this, all right? We found a fountain of youth, okay? We're gonna leave it at that, all right? So when we got in the fountain of youth today, finally, because we told y'all on the call the other night we were gonna do it, right? So we didn't decide to do it today. We just decided to go do a little workout, you feel me? Just to get ready for the call. And man, we ended up getting in there. They wouldn't let us out. I got witness. The water went from 70 to 90 degrees. Like thought you was in a sauna.
Wow.
It would not let you out. You feel me? So I couldn't get out. That's why I was running late. I said, I'm sure they'll understand this event here, but it's once in a lifetime event. You feel me? And now you see in your travels, they're gonna carry you where you're supposed to go. So if your wealth that we got would have been on my plate right now, guess what? I would have never found it. Y'all know what else I found, including with that you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what else we found, okay? So and they certain things that happen between then and that is totally off chain. That probably put you in the cycle of war, you feel me? If they see what kind of magic that happened that we had created in the last 72 hours. You feel me? So now we close this out on the 72 third day after that real magic how we talk about that campfire, okay?
All right.
We let y'all know. We don't want to let y'all know right now because we don't want to stir up nothing, all right? So we got to fully understand it some more because it's totally out of things, so we on that level, okay? So let's end this for tonight. We'll see them next month. We appreciate everybody coming in, joining, helping us, assisting us. And now y'all see what a sovereign state is and a sovereign country is. And now y'all see what status we got with the world, not just the United States of America. And we can do it. We can roll anywhere we want. You got me? So we're gonna end this. On that Majetti, go ahead and close it out. Come on, Majetti.
All right. I would like for everyone to keep in mind that the RCAP H.E.M. full colon space decrees and grants limited delegated authority to all nominationals, non-executive directors, in parentheses, NEDs, all cap, and non-directors, in parentheses, NDs, all cap, who are skilled and qualified to operate the sovereign state jurisdiction. The purpose is to implement and advance the modalities of commerce and cultural variegations for the properly formed and operational republic state pursuant to the Imperial CMYE-IRK Republic for the country of United States, small s. In closing, we would like to thank the Universal Traveler, Dweller, Emperor, colon space, Sam Hu, a mini ray, quote, a Delo Yi, end quote, and we would like to thank the Imperial Royal Princess Huhaika Samsonil, and the royal family. More-over gratitude to all of our Imperial Dynamic readers. Gratitude to all nominationals working behind the scenes and to our viewing audience on YouTube and Zoom for their attendance and participation. Be certain to mark your calendars for 21 July for our next upcoming full buck moon. Interesting. In closing, once again, with that, we say Salam Alaikum with magic, Ma'ashawut to my Nama family, and may the dweller be with you, divine beings, and may you continue to be a universal traveler, code in space, dweller, emperor, code in space, Samhu, a mini ray, quote, a Delo Yi, end quote, divine being. Thank you. Peace. Smiley face.
Salam alaikum shawud.
Salam alaikum ma'ashabuth, nama usra.
Salam alaikum.
There you go. Y'all getting it now. All right, y'all. 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. You got some more for me? 7, 6. We'll get them in. 5, 4.
Shalom elakul.
3, 2, 1. Yeesh. Smiley face. Know thyself.
Smiley.